All right, welcome everyone to our Tuesday, June 8th, 2021 work session of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. Where we will be discussing the TSPLOST Project 11 and 12, the Barber Street Bike and Ped improvements, TSPLOST Project 16, Prince Avenue potential projects, the SPLOST 2011 Costa building, our planning for TSPLOST 2023, and our final work session of the FY22 Commission Budget Review. But before we get to that, I do need to have a motion from a commissioner to exit executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Denson to exit executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, and I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Link, second from Commissioner Wright to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we are now in our work session. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Stephen Bailey and staff to talk us through some Barber Street options.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for having us and for squeezing us in at the top of the hour for this additional work session presentation. Let me pull up my PowerPoint. All right. Can you nod if you can see that? Great. Okay, so just a reminder that this is this is the vote that you put on hold last week with a request for some additional information on the segment of Barber Street from Prince to Boulevard, known as segment 4. At first, and I wanted to thank Tool Design Team and Athens in Motion for their role in putting this together pretty quickly. So in addition to TPW staff today, we have Jared Draper from Tool Design and Lauren Blaze, the AIM Commission Chair, here on the call with us. So specifically, you all had asked to see a visual concept of the multi-use path alternative for this segment 4, as well as to learn a little bit more about the right-of-way impacts and the cost implications for this alternative. So Jared's going to talk you through the preferred alternative concepts for this segment, and then Lauren will provide some more insight into why the AIM Commission chose one over the other alternative on their recommendation. And then I'll briefly talk about costs and then the overall funding implications for the alternative. And then we'll just open it up for further questions and discussion from you all. So with that, I will turn it over to Jared.
Thanks, Stephen. Good evening, Commission. Good to see you again. Wanted to just start with kind of segment 4, and as Stephen mentioned, I'm just going to talk more on the technical side. I'll turn it over to Lauren for additional commentary. But as you can see before you, you've seen this slide before. Segment 4 from Boulevard to Prince. This is the recommended segment and kind of preferred design from the Athens in Motion Commission. What this does is really focuses in on how we can think about safety, we can think about traffic calming, and really make that connection from Boulevard down to Prince. One of the things that we understand about this corridor and this segment of the corridor is that it is very tight. There is on-street parking, and so with this concept, we maintain the existing sidewalks. We're also thinking about formalizing some of the parking, which does end up removing some of a few of the on-street parking spaces. However, you'll see there's several other benefits to this specific alternative from when it comes to design. If you go to the next slide for me, Stephen. So really laying this out for this alternative, and then I'll turn it over to Lauren. When we think about safety, traffic calming is also something that we want to consider, but obviously there's a lot of things around safety that this design accomplishes. First of all, by formalizing some of the parking, we actually create a clear zone for anyone that's crossing parallel any of the side streets or the driveways along this corridor. So increasing those sight lines is really important. Additionally, we shorten some of the driveway crossings, so we get to minimize that crossing distance, which limits the exposure that pedestrians would have as they cross the side streets as well as those driveways. Really focusing on some of the crosswalks, installing some high visibility crosswalks, as well as the proposed rectangular rapid flashing beacon. So for that crossing of Barber along this segment. And then along the entire segment, really making sure that we have the appropriate signage as well as markings, that they're visible, kind of prioritizing place in those lanes for the shared lane markings or sharrows. And then additionally, the traffic calming measures. Really, when we think about all the way at Boulevard, we start with the raised intersection, kind of changing the pattern of how vehicles move along this space, increasing some of that visibility for pedestrians and bicyclists that may be along the corridor at that intersection. Those curb extensions or bump outs also are going to improve some of the visibility. Again, we talked about that clear zone and the sight lines. And then ultimately, the idea of having that rapid flashing beacon kind of in the middle of this segment really does change some of the vehicular patterns where we know that there's really good yielding rates on a corridor like this for rectangular rapid flashing beacons. And so understanding that you would have stop control at Boulevard, you'd come to that rapid flashing beacon, and then you have Prince just a little bit farther south. All of those elements together should slow traffic down without really limiting or narrowing any of the lanes other than pinching them at those curb extensions. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Lauren to speak from the Athens in Motion Commission perspective.
Thank you, Jared. So as an Athens in Motion commissioner, I believe that this option is the best use of limited funds and limited right-of-way. As a cyclist, what I like about this option is it formalizes my presence on the road a little bit more. I appreciate the traffic calming options. And I think what I'd like to convey to the commission about this particular segment about Barber Street is that the level of comfort for folks cycling is already relatively high. Now, of course, it's not high enough that we put kids or something like that on it, but where the average adult would feel okay about this segment. And so I think that this is a great way, these options of like the raised table at Boulevard in particular, I'm very excited about, and those bump outs are great ways to improve this section. And I do have some thoughts about the multi-use path alternative, but I will allow Jared to explain a little bit about that. So I'll kick it back over.
Thanks, Lauren. So for the same segment, Boulevard to Prince, we did look at a multi-use path option. Really, we wanted to focus in. When we originally looked at this option, the idea was to limit the impacts on private property, thinking about how we could really use where the existing sidewalk is along the eastern side and create that multi-use path option. The option itself does require or impact property a little bit more than the previous alternative. And because of some of the other grade issues along this piece would require some minor retaining walls. You'll go to the next slide for me, Stephen. One of the things that we want to point out here is that when we say things like limitations, all of those things can be overcome when it comes to funding, but they also do require additional impacts to private property. And so what we had originally looked at here was looking at how do we minimize the impact to that private property, and that's why a 10-foot multi-use path was kind of looked at as one of the options. Obviously, if you look at the rest of the corridor and what's been proposed and really what we're kind of hoping to move forward with from Boulevard all the way up to North Chase Dairy Pack, Newton Bridge, is separating those modes and making it really comfortable for, as Lauren mentioned, even kids with family with kids, kind of learning how to ride a bike, really comfortable for all ages and abilities. By separating both bicyclists and pedestrians, we really think that we can minimize and mitigate a lot of the potential conflicts, not only with vehicles, but between those modes as well. And so One of the things we want to just to note here is that 10-foot was, even though it does have more property impacts, additional right-of-way that would be required, the 12-foot option is really going to be the continuation of what is designed to the north from Boulevard to the north. And so with that, I just want to, again, those are some of the same features of the curb extensions with traffic calming and increased visibility are still true for this option as they were before. And with the 10-foot option, it could be something that's retrofitted or come back later. So with that, I'll turn it back to Lauren.
Thanks so much, Jared. So as I said, I think that the first option is the best use of our limited funds and our limited right-of-way for this segment in particular, but it doesn't preclude doing a multi-use path later. So what we have to ask is, what do we gain by spending the extra money? And Jared will talk, or Stephen or someone will talk about costs here in a minute. So what do we gain by adding the multi-use path? And I think, so a multi-use path does not in and of itself add or increase safety for people on bikes. In fact, it's more recommended when speeds along a road are too high and there are minimum driveway conflicts. Because what's going to happen is when you're on a bike and you're on a multi-use path and there's a lot of driveways, you're going to have the same safety issues as you would biking on a sidewalk, which is not legal for cyclists over 12 in Georgia. So I do want to convey that. And as a cyclist, I probably would not use the multi-use path at this segment. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't, deserve to exist, but it just creates more conflicts for me because I imagine having to share this space with more vulnerable users, and then there being some congestion along there. And I, don't want to be a hazard for parents or, other folks. And then imagining having to get on at this point and then having to get off. And then what happens once we get to the Prince, once we get to Prince Avenue, the road does narrow there and I have to make a decision. So I feel like for this segment of Barber Street that traffic calming is the best option for now, and we could move forward with something else, whether that's a multi-use path or some other option.
I want to bring it back to right-of-way really quickly, since that was one of the questions we had. So, Jared, I'll let you talk about the initial right-of-way map and then the second one, which is the alternate.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I appreciate Lauren's comments. And really, when we talk about right-of-way here, I just want to note that all of the design was done without specific survey. And so we want to just be upfront about that. We understand that we have some really good data on the corridor, but survey is going to solidify some of these things. So you can see here, this is the entire corridor with the preferred, the Athens in Motion recommended segment, where we really, when we get between Boulevard and Prince, have very limited right-of-way impacts that we're anticipating, just because we're using the existing curb line and kind of just bumping out into the street rather than kind of making changes behind the curb line in any significant way. You can see there's that one parcel. Really, we're thinking about that potential rectangular rapid flashing beacon and what that may impact right there on that parcel. If you'll go to the next slide. This is the proposed, and again, without survey, we can't confirm every single or deny any of these specifically, but we do anticipate, because of the multi-use path and doing the additional kind of widening along with the grades, that there may be basically some type of impact to right-of-way along on every property to some extent, whether that is just extremely minor and kind of a small easement, or something a little bit more significant because of some of those retaining walls. And so you can see here, because of that multi-use path option, and again, I want to reiterate, that's the 10-foot option, we would anticipate some type of impact along the entire kind of, I guess that's the eastern side of Barber Street for the multi-use path. With that, Stephen, I believe back to you.
Sure. So, and let's just talk a little bit about cost. It's a pretty simple slide here showing the recommended alternative 1. And if you look on each segment, it's kind of split out into segments and intersections. So the segment costs plus the intersection costs give you what was presented last Tuesday at that $6.1125 million. And then the additional cost of the alternative across segment 4 would be an additional $1,081,750 to bring it up a little over $7 million. The real slide is here, which kind of puts it in perspective how this project fits into the existing funding strategy for the rest of Athens in Motion. So you'll notice that as it stands, with a $6 million project, you look and see how much funding that would leave you within pedestrian funds up here, and then cycling bicycle funds below. So we're getting pretty close to the bottom of the barrel for bicycle funds, even with the preferred alternative. Notice when you use the 50-50 split, which is what we would do for this alternative as well as for the rest of the project, we actually dip into a deficit in cycling and bicycle funds. So that's not to say that that can't be done. It would just need additional allocations from either the next TSPLOST or from current funding options like general fund or leftover SPLOST or TSPLOST funds. And just know that, until that amount is found and allocated, we can still go ahead and proceed with design and right-of-way efforts, but construction might be delayed until that funding deficit is solved. And with that, we just want to open it up for questions and comments and have the team answer anything that you want to bring up.
Questions from commissioners.
I have a question. I don't know if y'all can see me.
And I can only see a couple of hands just because of the way the screen's set up, but go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, so this right-of-way impact analysis here. So each and every one of those property owners would have to be negotiated with, or there might be some eminent domain activity for some of these. Is that correct?
Yeah, depending upon, again, we'd want to wait until we got to survey, because we're going to be able to have a more definitive answer to that. But yes, to some level, we would expect there be some kind of negotiation with each one of those property owners.
And that could significantly delay any safety improvements to the especially that Boulevard to Prince Avenue segment where you have the multi-use path would be very, very close to the buildings, plus the utility pole relocations. Could that be a delaying factor too?
Yeah, anytime you're talking about right-of-way acquisition or utilities relocation, there's always a chance of delay. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Others?
I got a question.
Go ahead, Jesse.
And this might be for Commissioner Blaze. So with the Athens in Motion Commission's recommendations, I guess I'm curious how much funding affects what AIM is recommending, in that, with TSPLOST coming around the corner, and this looks like it might go a little bit over anyway. I heard an allusion to like maybe further things down the road. I mean, is there even more that would be considered here if we're factoring in the potential next round of TSPLOST, which sounds like is probably going to start being collected before this work is really done?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Houle. So to be clear, we're really only in the hole if we go with a multi-use path option for segment 4 that is going from Boulevard to Prince. You see, this is our first solely bike project that we've done. We're seeing that things are just more expensive than we thought. There's just things that you can't cut corners on, like, there's utility poles in the way, and then there's a railroad tie. So I think this project is absolutely worth our funding. And it's a great project because does strive to connect some corridors. We are thinking about the next TSPLOST that's coming up and planning our next projects. But I don't want to see this project split between TSPLOST if we can help it. I would really like to see it in some form funded by this current TSPLOST so we can move on to some of these other important bike projects we want to do. Does that answer your question?
Mostly. I guess I'm wondering if that last portion, that segment 4 portion, what would the recommendation be if we're assuming that there is funding in TSPLOST, the next TSPLOST for it?
I would not necessarily spend the money on a multi-use path even if we had it. Is that clear? Sure, just because it's already a level, the level of comfort is already pretty high compared to some other places. And something I was going to say is there might be some questions about why do we recommend a multi-use path for Jefferson River Road? And why do we, think that it's not a great idea for this particular segment? And context is absolutely key here. So Jefferson River Road is, which you guys will remember, is a road with a lot of high-speed traffic. So its current level of comfort on the low side is 4 to 5. And this is a scale that goes from 1 to 5. And Barber Street, this particular segment, is level 2. And then as we go down the hill and get across the railroad track, it increases from level 3 to level 4 and so on and so forth. So context is key here. And I think the best use given this context for this segment is going to be the traffic calming measures suggested by Tool. Does that help?
Yes, thanks.
Others.
I have a question here, Kelly, or Mia Girtz for Jared. This is Carol Myers. We know each other from my previous work with Athens in Motion and such. I just wanted to ask you what your opinion is on that. If there was a multi-use path there on that section 4, how that would work with the two-way cycle track on the bottom, the other sections of 1, 2, and 3, and what logistically, any thoughts you have on that connection and moving bikes to the two-way track?
Yeah, good to see you, Carol. I think it's a great question. The transition for the multi-use path, or even from the on-street shared lanes, that's one of the huge benefits of the raised intersection at Boulevard, is that it creates that mixing zone. And so the transition, whether it's from on-street or from a multi-use path, or even if it was another two-way separated bike lane, all of those can be accommodated really easily at that raised intersection because we've established a slower zone for all modes. And so that movement should be really, really great.
And Jared, following up on that, because I think it would be a normal thing for anyone to ask, is okay, if you're even discussing doing the multi-use path, why not just do that? And why transition to a two-way bike cycle track there? And could you address that?
Yeah, and I think that Lauren had kind of alluded to this a little bit, is just the idea of separating modes as much as we possibly can. As we see the level of comfort score get higher, which means that we're having less comfort for someone that is on a bicycle, we want to create separation, but it's not just separation from motor vehicle traffic. Separating those modes is going to kind of decrease or eliminate the conflicts between pedestrians and bicyclists. And so as much as we can do that in a corridor like this, in a context like this, that's going to be really valuable for all of the parties that are involved, whether you're driving, whether you're riding a bicycle, or whether you're walking your dog.
I'm going to even push you further, Jared, because I really want to see what you'd say. I mean, are there really going to be, like, what kind of conflicts would you have? Like having the bikes on with the people on a multi-use path on that bottom part? I just am interested to see how you would describe that.
Are you talking about the segment between Boulevard and Prince?
No, on the part from Boulevard down
north?
to, north.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that the grade there, you can pick up some fairly significant speeds on a bicycle. And so, I'll just say that as a parent of young children that are learning how to ride a bicycle, having the amount of shy distance away from just operating the bicycle as much as you can have is really important. Also, as you think about walking dogs on leashes or even kids walking on a sidewalk or a trail, you're not always in control of kind of where people wander, and this is even true for adults. So I guess I shouldn't just generalize about children or dogs. But understanding that separation for bicycles, and that we're not going to have it when we can eliminate a conflict because it's not even an option, rather than have the potential. I would always go with trying to eliminate those conflicts. And so the speed at which we're talking about with the grade, as well as what we would anticipate with development farther north on the corridor, this could be fairly busy. A busy corridor for bicycles and pedestrians, and it's a clear shot getting outside of the loop without having to cross an actual interchange. So all of those things are going to be kind of factors that play in, and I'll just repeat what Lauren said, is that context is really everything when we talk about individual corridors.
Commissioner Myers, may I chime in?
Yes.
Yeah, so I take this route pretty regularly. I'm on Barber Street a lot. I avoid this hill, and it's not so much the going up it, because it's a pretty this hill from Boulevard to the railroad tracks is pretty steep, and you know what? I can power through it. I can muscle through it. But going down feels especially precarious. Now, when you're a cyclist, when you're cycling, you might enjoy a downhill if it means that it helps you get up another hill. Boulevard is a good example of this. You start at the top, just above White Tiger, and you use that to get you up the rest of the way up to Sechula. But Barber Street doesn't have that. Barber Street has one steep hill. It flattens at the railroad track, then it goes down towards Tracy Street, then it flattens a bit, and then it goes down under the loop. And it just feels really precarious. So something that I could see happening if we were to decide to do something we're more familiar with, go with the multi-use path, is I'm concerned that some of our residents and folks who are using this multi-use path might write you commissioners or future commissioners and say, these cyclists are going way too fast. I do not feel safe. Please do not allow cyclists on this multi-use path. And then where will we be? So that's something that I have had in my mind, because I know the two-way cycle track, it's new, right? It's the first time we've ever seen something like this. And given the terrain, in my experiences along this corridor, I think that it is truly the best approach.
Thanks.
Melissa.
Yeah, I agree. And what I'll tell y'all that you're going to see a lot on this segment is you're going to see a lot of moms and dads with strollers side by side, or with a stroller and a kid on a trike next to them. This is a very, very family oriented area. And I am reluctant to see, commuting cyclists share a path with these, kind of strolling casual pedestrians with kids and dogs, and and it will be very busy. I mean, this is a highly populated area full of people that walk and walk and walk. So yeah, I do agree. I do have one question about the Boulevard to Prince segment, and I see the raised area at Boulevard. What do you call it? The raised intersection. I'm wondering if there's potential to put a couple speed bumps in this section as well to assure that the traffic gets calmed. I mean, maybe that sidewalk at Barrow could be a raised sidewalk, and then another know NACTO recommends them like within every 200 feet or so to be effective. Has that been part of the discussion at all?
I think that you're talking about a raised crossing or actual speed bumps.
A raised crossing at the Barrow crossing, but also an additional raised speed bump somewhere in the segment, just to guarantee that traffic is going to be calmed.
All of those are absolutely options that we could look at. I would say that if it is as busy as we hope it will be, or it is, and that the RRFB, that rectangular flashing beacon, is used, it will act as ultimately kind of another stop sign along the corridor, which could be really valuable to limiting speed. And so it may be one of those things. Speed bumps and speed cushions are always things that you can come back with at a later date. But I think that there's a lot of mechanisms in here that should be slowing traffic down by necking, kind of narrowing certain sections, as well as adding, high visibility crossings. And if speed is still an issue, I think that's something that's easily addressed as an add-on.
Would that
Allison?
be
Go
raised?
ahead.
Could we contemplate that crosswalk being automatically a raised crosswalk that acts as a speed bump?
I'll defer to ACC staff on that. Obviously, from a design perspective, that's always an option.
Thank you.
Regarding the speed table or crosswalk, raised crosswalk, I think whatever ends up happening there, it would need to go through a traffic study, a pedestrian count to ensure, and that would need to go through a traffic study through traffic engineering in terms of putting in the speed bump or raised crosswalk. I do like the idea of kind of slowing that traffic down. I don't know that it needs to be included in the concept at this point. Ronnie, you could probably speak to this better, but or Stephen, those are kind of options that can be developed as we go into the concept further development of the plans.
Yeah, we definitely can look into this, and we'll get back to you during the preliminary design phase. And during that phase, we'll do a warrant study and check with MUTCD and recommendation for that raised crosswalk. So, that in a way that we're not reducing emergency vehicles for not an obvious reason. So we want to make sure that, if we are implementing it or recommending it, there is supportive data behind it. So great idea, Commissioner Link, and we'll follow back on that if you'd allow us in the preliminary design phase.
Thank you.
Allison.
Yeah, I want to thank all of you guys for coming in and presenting this with us. I think I can now support what came forward before, but I did need to be able to hash it out so that I could explain a little bit better why the other option got vetted the way that it did. And I guess the only way to have a bike path would be eliminating all the on-street parking. And I take it you guys already vetted that?
It was one of the very early options to consider removing parking, and it was when we got down to kind of what it would gain, as well as again looking back at what Lauren said about the current level of comfort, we felt like to minimize impact and then also provide kind of mobility access for bikes and pedestrians, that this was a really good option.
Okay, and it is reducing the speed of the vehicles, which is important because I see a lot of vehicles that don't respect the bike lane and they use it. It doesn't calm their traffic speed, so to speak. But I think I can support the staff and the AIM's recommendation when this comes forward. And then I think if the raised speed crosswalk works, Commissioner Link, did you think that was relevant for Boulevard as well as at Barrow?
What do you mean? The raised crossing,
Crosswalk?
Bard and Barrow being, I mean, yeah, I think that's going to be extremely helpful in calming the traffic coming up the hill. But I'm thinking about the rest of the segment, which I'm not even sure the length of it. Do y'all have the length of it off the tip of your tongues from Boulevard to Prince?
It's less than a quarter mile.
Yeah, I mean, I from what I understand, the recommendation is, every couple 100 feet to truly calm traffic, you need that speed bump, or at least, so I've just, and it's the same thing with four-way stops. When you have these four-way stops, people tend to floor it between the stops. So if you don't have that regular mechanism to calm the traffic, it kind of doesn't necessarily always work.
And just remember, everyone, the component pieces will return to us, and so that those kind of more granular details will be in front of us again.
Okay, and now we have stop sign at Boulevard and Barber now too, don't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that maybe wouldn't, so that's not going to need as much of the raised crosswalk as Barrow and Barber. Okay, thank you.
Tim and then Russell.
I appreciate presenting more data on this and kind of the arguments behind it. And I think even after hearing from everyone, I guess I kind of feel like my concern hasn't been addressed, because it's mainly was like, how do we make this safe, accessible, and welcoming for all levels of cyclists and pedestrians, like we've been trying to encourage across infrastructure across the rest of the county. I mean, it's been explicitly said here that this stretch isn't going to be for children or families or cyclists that don't have confidence. And so so I still definitely, especially with the fact that is the stretch that you can't skip it, right? You could do all the other parts. But if people are trying to get downtown or something like that for Athfest or some other thing, you've got to go through that part. And that part's just this missing piece that we're explicitly saying this is going to be really good for people who cycle more regularly and are confident cyclists. But if you're not that, then this isn't for you. And to me, to me, it's not acceptable. Maybe that's just more because of where I'm coming from. As whenever I do cycle and go out, it is more as a family and trying to get my daughter into this and stuff, and wanting to have places like the Greenway and stuff where we feel like we can travel throughout the county in a safe manner for people who have all different levels. And I completely understand the other safety limitations of having a smaller, a 10-foot wide, and like that was been talked about, and that's very true. Even as we talk about this, right, they're saying there's going to be increased traffic here from cyclists coming down this because of the development of West Clocks and all this. Well, there's going to be increased car traffic too, making it even more challenging for somebody who isn't a seasoned or confident cyclist. And I guess I just see this as, and maybe this is, I'm just looking at it the wrong way. I see this as a very different approach from the other items that we've taken, which have been a more all accessible kind of look at who we're trying to provide for. And maybe this is just a different project and I'm just seeing it the wrong way, which is possible. But that's why I think that segment is very important. And not just me, right? I read through the responses on the public input, 111 responses we had, and the majority want to have a multi-use path or protected space. And I went through and read those ones who said that and why they said it. And these are people who live in that community, and they said because they have children or they are people who are not confident. So yeah, I wish we could have a project here, even if it costs more money, that would be presentable and accessible to people at all levels.
Commissioner Vincent and Mayor Girtz, may I respond to that?
Please.
Is that okay? Yeah, so I hear you, Commissioner Denson. It sounds like your perception is, well, what are we doing for our most vulnerable users? Who are we really trying to create this infrastructure for? Is it for our for cyclists who are already confident? What's going on here? And so maybe what I want to do is share the level of comfort level 2 for Boulevard to Prince Avenue, what that means is it's assigned to roads that may be comfortable for adults who don't ride a bike often. So these are folks who are a little bit less at my level. And I consider myself, a somewhat confident cyclist. Now that doesn't help you with your daughter and your family, and you're out together. As it's been brought up before, you can take like children who are 12 and under. Of course, they're going to be on the sidewalk. But again, there's this perception that a multi-use path is just going to make things safer in and of itself, and that's not going to grant cyclists safety with these driveway conflicts. Even beginner cyclists, even people who are just starting to ride, they have this perception that they will be safer if they are biking on the sidewalk, and we know statistically that that is just not true. You are not going to be safer on the sidewalk. You are safer on the road. And the reason why is that cars are not expecting you on your bike when they are looking right or left and entering into the roadway. So that's what's going on there. Like, it's one thing to be a pedestrian who's moving slowly on a sidewalk or a multi-use path. It's another thing when you are on your bike. So there's actually a greater risk for a collision when we have these sidewalks or multi-use paths and there's all these driveways and conflicts here. That's why this option is not generally, a multi-use path is not generally recommended in this sort of urban setting, if you will. And then, so the two-way cycle track, that does still provide a separated facility for folks who are not comfortable with riding in the road. It's still something separate. It's still that buffer. It helps folks who are trying to get uphill, and then having that sidewalk alongside allows people with families to feel like they can still take their kids, take their dogs, and not feel like they're going to get run over by either a car or me flying down the hill on my bike if I ever go that way. Does that clear things up, or do you still feel like you're in the same place?
Mr. Mayor, I'll go, and I think I could respond as well. I agree with Commissioner Denson. I'm looking at the need for our transportation networks to radiate outwards, and so this design simply doesn't make sense to me. That we're going back to painting sharrows on vehicular roads and telling bicyclists to ride on them. This is a $6 million project, and the most important section connecting this to the urban core is sharrows. So I can't support that. We're going sharrows to two-way bike track. I mean, just the disjointed nature of that infrastructure. It just doesn't make sense to me. I can't follow the reasoning there. And with the bike track, I mean, looking at the map, that's going to go through driveways. There's going to be driveways that are going to have to go through the track as well along private property. The road, if we're spending millions of dollars, $6 million to improve pedestrian and bicycle safety here, to me, it's just unacceptable for us to put sharrows in this section. And I think it might open us up to more of the mockery that we suffered when we put the bike track sort of out in the middle of nowhere on Barnett Shoals, sort of not really connected with any cohesive connection. I would much rather see a multi-use path that services this entire corridor that would be consistent with everything we've created up to this point.
Mayor Girtz, may I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I was very hesitant because I'm not a bike person per se, but I am agreeing with Commissioners Denson and Edwards. I am very concerned about this plan, but I don't have anything else to offer in place of it. But I am very concerned, and I don't think we give, when we do these bike lanes, it doesn't seem like, I'll just say that I don't support this at this point in time.
Thanks, Commissioner. And I'll say, as a nearby resident and somebody who spends a lot of time on this corridor, certainly recognize that we just have some natural challenges. The challenge of topography that Lauren mentioned is just not something we're going to get around. And certainly the sight lines are challenging given the number of utility poles, fences, retaining walls, and other components. And so that the physical context is one thing, sort of the broader community context is another. This is going to be the route that anybody in the Prince Avenue corridor will use to get to Sandy Creek Nature Center when the Nature Center loop that's part of the Greenway Network plan is constructed. So you will have a lot of families on this corridor, just given that. And then, as I think everybody recognizes, the level of development on Newton Bridge Road, including the General Time Complex and others, are going to be drawing people there as well. And this also will be the route that anybody who lives on Newton Bridge or Cathwood would take to get into the core of town. So you've got a lot going on. As much as I'm concerned about vehicular pedestrian conflicts, I'm also concerned about bike vehicular conflicts. And I'd be interested in hearing staff talk a little bit more about the separation that can be created for cyclists who may be heading southbound on Barber Street as those cars are going very quickly downhill, like you can see any day of the week between Boulevard and the poultry plant. So staff, can you talk a little bit about that conflict point and how that can be comfortably resolved? Because as a cyclist, I know that I'm the least comfortable when I'm heading uphill on a steep hill. I'm the most likely to get out of my lane, literally out of my lane.
In discussing level of comfort, I was just going to mention that, our existing conditions are that segment 4 from Prince Avenue to Boulevard is a level 2, and that's not including the improvements that we've discussed. So currently it's a level 2, which means it's comfortable for non-experienced riders, but not necessarily family and children. Now that being said, moving on up into the corridor further on, we get into, as Lauren mentioned, level 3 and 4. And so, Jared, were you going to speak to that conflict point?
I was just going to make sure that I was clear. If we were talking about between Boulevard and Oneida and the poultry plant, is that what we were?
Yeah, where you'll have cyclists heading southbound immediately adjacent to vehicles heading northbound.
Right, and that's where the actual, like, the physical separation between them having at least 2 feet is kind of best practice. We see across the country that having that kind of that, not only the horizontal buffer, but also kind of the vertical element, and at least 2 feet does provide some of that security and kind of safety. It's a little bit different, and actually there's some research being done now around if that is a traffic calming measure in itself, seeing the contraflow of bicyclists coming next to a travel lane. But we would have at least that 2 feet between bicyclists and motor vehicle lane in that section, as well as all the way to Dairy Pack North Chase.
And would they be on the same grade?
That they would be with a vertical element between them. So you'd have cyclists, bicyclists coming in the two-way separated kind of infrastructure. There would be that 2 feet that would have both. It would be 2 feet wide, and there would be a vertical element.
Stanchions or something of the sort.
Yes, there's a variety of things that we could be thinking about for that space, and then you would have the travel lane.
Let me circle back, Carol.
Yeah, actually, Kelly, you addressed one of the questions. I was wondering about that separation as well. And I think that's really important to have that sort of vertical space there as well defined as possible. I also wanted to clarify that if you went with the multi-use path from Prince Avenue to Boulevard, would that eliminate more parking spots or not on the 10-foot multi-use path?
It currently removes 2 parking spaces, and that was just due to narrowing of the curb cuts. And then to address the question about removing on-street parking to put in that facility to expand it to need, there is also the bottleneck of right-of-way that is down at Prince Avenue and Barber, that intersection. There aren't any on-street parking spaces that can be removed there to widen it to get the substantial need for extra right-of-way. Now, as Jared mentioned earlier, with money, you can make things happen. So we're looking at additional costs to do right-of-way work down closer towards $500,000 Outfitters. But, as far as that, basically where the car wash is where we've lost a few parking spaces around the residential houses there.
And I'll just follow up. I'll follow up on that just because with the 10-foot option, you can still keep the parking with kind of the minimal loss. If you were to widen that multi-use path and didn't want to do as much right-of-way impact, you could basically eliminate parking by moving that multi-use path into the roadway instead of the right-of-way, or instead of acquiring right-of-way and additional easements. And so that's just another trade-off to be considered. You can get a wider path. You could even get sidewalk plus two-way separated bike lane, again, from a design perspective, but you start to eliminate some of those other trade-offs or have right-of-way impacts that could cost money.
And another important note on that is that transition from how do you get from these facilities into our existing facilities. And so you wouldn't necessarily want that, just to kind of dead end. You would need to work on the intersection as well. And that's where the reason we kind of phased from that separated facility into Sharrows is it allows for getting into the Prince Avenue corridor in terms of bike and bike traffic, but it doesn't necessarily exclude future improvements and developments from happening on the corridor either. And so even with the multi-use path option, we're doing a lot of the safety and traffic calming measures that we're doing with the preferred option.
All right, yeah, as we go forward in the conversation, we've got a few other items. Definitely want to hear kind of any new elements that kind of folks want illuminated. Certainly there's a prospect for later questions via email. And, if this needs to be held for some period of time, I'm glad to do that because I want everybody to feel comfortable with the ultimate decision. But I've got Tim and Melissa.
I guess the last thing I want to bring up is with the Sharrows. I do understand what folks are saying with the downhill speeds and that would not be conducive to being on multi-use trail. But I guess, so normally, right, a Sharrow doesn't require any kind of expansion of the road lane anyways. So the way I'm imagining is that we could have the multi-use trail, but then still have Sharrows going southbound where we could actually, so bikes who think they are, cyclists who think they are going too fast and it's not safe could still be, like, the situation wouldn't be any different than what is being recommended right now. Yet going uphill, as I sometimes hear, I think referred to as, if I remember correctly, as like a climbing hill, I think, like we did on College Avenue. Like we intentionally saw this. We saw Sharrows were fine for going downhill, but was not fine for going uphill. You needed to have some kind of protected area. And so I think the plan that I would like to see, some kind of protected facility, multi-use trail, something like that going up on the side that has parking right now, could serve as the climbing track or the climbing hill. So and people still going downhill, like you have that option. We're not taking this, like we can still paint a Sharrow there, or even if not, then very confident cyclists who go fast could just be using that lane anyways. So I'm just trying to think of what can we do here, what situation can we do here that makes this as accessible and friendly for the largest number of people who can utilize it. And I guess That's the way I'm imagining it. But so I'd be curious if we could just do that. Actually, have a plan that had the Shero still painted with the multi-use trail on the other side.
Any additional thoughts that we want to spend some time digesting? Melissa and Russell.
I just want to mention that in eliminating on-street parking, you're eliminating a significant traffic calming device. So, that there's that to consider. You might make the perfect the enemy of the good by using this, putting in a multi-use path that takes over the parking spaces, but then you might tend to increase the traffic speed, which puts everybody at risk because there is a lot of mid-block crossing going on. That is a highly populated area. And right now, part of the reason it is such a high level of comfort is because you do have so much on-street parking, which naturally slows traffic. I would say I'd love to see a traffic study there because the speed limit is 30 on that road. And I would bet that the 85th percentile speed is lower than that. I don't find myself going more than 25 miles an hour on that road, on that segment of that road.
I just want to make the point real quick, Mayor, that we own the parking. The parking is in the public right of way. So it's about making the best design to serve the community of 130,000 people and then all the people that come after us. So this parking is not private. We own it. So it needs to be on the table. And again, just highlighting what the mayor said, we've suffered some fatalities in this community with pedestrians and bicyclists, and I think all those fatalities have occurred in vehicular roadways. So I take it as a priority to create more protected areas. And it's unacceptable to me to have Sheros be the only solution here from Princeton Boulevard. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So definitely if further thoughts occur, please email those. So I want to hear from folks. We're clearly not at any consensus point, but I think we've raised some good questions here and can follow up with staff as we move closer toward implementation.
Well, Mayor, if I might, just to be able to move this forward somehow, we've gotten some comments tonight which are helpful, and I'm asking this of Lauren and staff as well. Is a path to resolution to send it back to the AIM Commission for some further consideration and comment, or because we've produced the alternatives, and I'm not sure that I heard any hybridizing, if you will, of those alternatives tonight. So we're just sort of at an impasse. I'm just trying to find a next step so that we don't find ourselves doing this again in a month or two.
I'd like to see a traffic study that analyzes the speed data on that particular stretch, and also a list of auto bike collisions, where they've occurred, whether they've been fatal or major injury accidents. Because in my recollection, we have had a fatal bike accident, and that was a cyclist on the sidewalk. And then most of the rest that I can recall are on high-speed kind of suburban roads. I can't recall any that are urban fatalities, although there are regular conflicts. But yeah, I'd like to see some data on what our bike auto collision have looked like.
I certainly like that idea of having AIM take another look, and it may even mean asking questions about those visual obstructions and whether there are some safety enhancing elements that could be contemplated. It's a challenging corridor. There's no doubt about it. I mean, this is one that makes a couple different transitions, both in terms of topography and in terms of, say, frequency of driveway crossing. There are some segments where there's a driveway every 40 feet. And so definitely lots to contemplate. But I'm going to just I'm gonna follow up to maybe ask AIM and staff to kind of put their heads together and contemplate how you could digest some of what you've heard today and manage some of those challenges in a design.
I'm just going to throw out, Kelly, Mayor Girtz, that, you know, if anyone was interested in reaching out to me to do maybe a CDO that combined the multi-use in the front part with going into the cycle track, I'd be open to that too. And I'm not sure what the body's feeling is on that, but anyone can follow up with me on that.
Thanks for that, Carol. I appreciate it. All right, y'all. We'll continue this conversation. All right, moving into another TSPLOST project next that I think there probably will be more unanimity of interest in some elements of. I'm feeling it.
Good evening, everybody. Let me get the presentation up here. All right, so we're going to talk about the Prince Avenue corridor improvements. The second project with TSPLOST, Project 16. I'm Keith Sanders. I think most of you know me as the program administrator for the TSPLOST. Diana Jackson is the project manager for this project, but she had long-standing vacation scheduled for this week, so I'm going to do my best to fill in for. We've also got Stephen Bailey is on with us to present part of it. Daniel Sizemore will present part, and I think Tim Griffith is also on to answer questions and maybe presenting a part of it. So our purpose really tonight is this is more of an informational update on the program versus we don't have a follow-up action coming immediately following this work session. So we're going to go through the history, who the user group is, and some of the study area that we've looked at and what our next steps, and come back for questions. So the history on this, rather than have a list of dates, we've put several slides. Prince Avenue's had lots of studies done. The first one being the Kappa study back in 2004, which really did not have direct recommendations that came out of it. It was more illustrative in nature about and it was done through extensive public input. And that's one of the things we're trying to highlight with the history here, is that there has been an awful lot of public engagement already on Prince. And so the user group has used all of these studies to pull their list of potential projects from to take out for further public engagement. So second, in February of 2012 was a corridor study at Prince, and really was looking more at a master plan type report that came out of that versus, and it did have specific recommendations in it, but more so strategies than specific improvements. And then there was a corridor road safety audit done in 2014, and this one had very specific safety improvements that were part of that safety audit. Then in 2017, there was the Prince 100 Prince traffic impact analysis was done for that development, which also did do some traffic studies at that intersection, and came back with a recommendation that number of travel lanes being reduced was not recommended. But there were also some other important elements in that the user group looked at. And then, of course, I've talked a lot about already tonight the AIM study that looked at all of the bike ped corridor improvements. Then we had the bike safety action plan done in 2018, which again had further safety improvements that were recommended out of that. 2019, GDOT did a road safety audit, which was specifically looking at the entire corridor from Sunset to Pulaski, which there's 8 intersections and improvements as part of that, predominantly with ADA and pedestrian mobility. And this is the basis for the GDOT project that's currently being designed by GDOT for this section that's in preliminary design with them. And it is looking to make improvements at all 8 of the signalized intersections, adding 3 more mid-block crossings and resurfacing, restriping, and also adding raised medians in some certain sections. And then in 2019, there was a traffic study by Kimley Horn, but it was just from Sunset to Millage. Again, there were some specific recommendations that came out of that the user group has looked at as part of their overall plan. The user group for this corridor has got 6 resident members on it, as you can see listed there. And those are 6 voting members, and it's got 4 voting members from staff. And Daniel Sizemore is on the group as an ex officio non-voting member. So the Prince Avenue user group's charge was to look at the initial project statement. Again, I'm not going to read it to you, but I think you know it pretty well already. But their charge was to look at all of this previous data and come up with a list of potential projects to bring back to Mayor and Commission in a prioritized fashion. So what Stephen's going to pick up after this, and we're going to look at the block that we're looking at and those projects. But the intent here is to take those projects out for public input. Next is to come back with that prioritized statement and project concept for Mayor and Commission. And so, Stephen, with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks, Keith. So just a quick recap of Prince Avenue corridor area and the project scope here. We are looking at the entirety of Prince Avenue from Pulaski to Sunset, just a little under 2 miles long. And just remember, it's a combination of ACC-owned roadway from Pulaski to Millage, and then GDOT-owned from Millage outward toward the Loop. It's a 4-lane roadway throughout the corridor, a number of signalized intersections that Keith mentioned and that are listed here. And then just a reminder that the Prince Avenue services both transit routes 7 and 21, and actually a short portion of Route 8 as well around Barber. There are currently sidewalks on both sides of the road, but no bicycle facilities within the corridor. So accordingly, it's been designated as a Tier 1 Athens in Motion bike project from Oglethorpe all the way down to Pulaski. And then just to show that the available project budget is right under $4 million for anything that we'd be doing along this within TSPLOST 2018. I will hand it over to Daniel for the next few slides to show you how those prioritized list of sub-projects came into being, and then he'll break these down into categories and kind of tell you a little bit more about each one. Daniel?
Thanks, Stephen. So we, in the committee, we separated out into various subcommittees, and one of those subcommittees is the project subcommittee. And we essentially kind of read through all of those studies that were just outlined by Keith, and the user group extracted 113 different projects from all those reports. So we kind of compiled them all together and put them into 12 different categories: pedestrian, traffic, bicycle, parking, green space, traffic signals, transit, utilities, intersection-specific suggestions, public art and amenities, signage, and historic resources. So this on the screen is not that comprehensive list. It just shows how the projects were developed out of the previous plans. So then the user group scored each of the projects. So each of the 10 voting members voted for their own personal prioritization of the entire projects list. And the voting scale was: a 1 was a must-have, 2 is a highly want, 3 is nice to have, and 4 is not essential or oppose. So those scores you see on the right, those are the aggregated scores, and the lower the number, the higher the priority. So each of those total votes were added together, divided by 10 to give their overall average score. So of the original 113 items on the list, 34 received votes from 1 to 2, which were, to repeat again, the must-have and the highly want. Those were deemed the most important to put forward for this round of TSPLOST improvement funding. We consolidated and refined that list down to 22 items because some of them overlapped and had some similar projects. Also, just to make a note, all of these projects ended up being focused along safety on the corridor. So that kind of shows you the priorities of the user group is really about safety. So our next step was to categorize the various types of improvement. Sorry, if you could pop back to that previous slide. Our next step in that previous slide, these are categorized out by pedestrian, vehicular, bicycle, and general safety. So our next step was to kind of categorize these to make the daunting task of talking about these projects with the public a bit easier. So we wanted to make sure that, you know, as we started working with the public to discuss these options, we could frame the conversation of these projects around their preferred values. So if someone was really only interested in providing feedback on the pedestrian project, for instance, they don't have to wade through the bike and vehicular stuff. And we made this decision based on feedback about the Atlanta Highway and Lexington Highway corridors. It just, a lot of people felt like it was a lot of projects all at once. So we wanted to kind of categorize it and make it a little easier to absorb. This will also carry through to the story map as people start to learn more about that. So as I mentioned earlier, these 4 opportunity categories on the left: pedestrian, vehicular, bike, and general safety for all road users. And then right next to that is the opportunity names. Those are essentially, we grouped our projects into opportunities. So there's 11 opportunities shown here. And then we broke each opportunity into sub-projects, and that's the 22 sub-projects that we discussed that were aggregated out of those that 113 project list. Now, if you go on to the next slide. So this is kind of a map showing all of those improvements, but it doesn't quite do it justice. This is an earlier version, and we will definitely be having a lot more helpful graphics as we're able to continue to refine this list of projects. So if you go on to the next slide, I just want to kind of show the map of the roadway so we can kind of talk about these locations. For the pedestrian safety projects, we developed 2 main opportunities: mid-block crossing and crosswalk improvements. So mid-block crossings, we really wanted to identify a location of various mid-block crossings throughout the corridor that were both being called out from previous studies and from our own experiences of where some mid-block crosswalks would be important. So the 3 over here in black on the left, those weren't necessarily in the GDOT final concept, but there are mid-block crossings that we'll talk about here in just a little bit that were included in that report. So the 3 on the left, those really any of these mid-block crossings would have to go through a pedestrian count and traffic engineering study. You know, this is kind of, we're looking at it at a conceptual level, and so we know that between point A and B, we want to have a mid-block crossing somewhere in there. And so once we actually come down, if that turns out that the public does agree that that's a really high priority project and it's a must-have, then we can go through traffic engineering to fully develop these projects. But we didn't want to spend a lot of time and money developing every single one of these 113 projects or even the 22 projects without finding out from the public what their most important things were. So with the crosswalk improvements, which a lot of these are kind of highlighted in blue here, but it doesn't encompass all of the crosswalk improvements. So these sub-projects are located at existing crossing locations and have enhanced features spec'd out for them, ranging from better signalized crossings, general upgrades, and improved push buttons, providing crosswalk safe havens, which those were in the GDOT program, and better markings for pedestrian visibility at these locations. There's also a few specific items that we mentioned, including upgrading the crosswalk at Newton, moving it to the west side of the intersection, creating a speed table crosswalk at the intersection of Cobb and King, which is not quite in the Prince Avenue corridor, but it's within the realms of that corridor. So you can see it's that one on the southern end, the speed table crosswalks near Cobb and King. And then the goal with that was an elevated crosswalk there could help provide safer access to the hospital. But we do also want to keep in mind that emergency vehicles have to drive through there, and we don't want to slow them down as they are bringing patients to the hospital. Those are the details that would get worked out later on. If you go on to the next slide, we'll talk about vehicular improvements. So for the vehicular safety projects, we created 4 opportunities here. That includes parking, center raised medians, specific intersection improvements, and general safety. So for parking, the sub-projects wouldn't necessarily be funded by TSPLOST funds. We just wanted to highlight the need and the importance to really negotiate public access to both the Piedmont University parking structure, as well as increasing shared parking behind businesses. This wouldn't necessarily be something that ACC staff could do, but negotiating with them, the mayor commission or even user groups could, work with those businesses and hopefully we could come up with some way to really help small businesses to develop and grow without having to have a full parking lot for all of their needs. Parking options should be considered, and business and the business's access to those. For the center raised medians, several of these improvements were mentioned in the GDOT concept report, including between Georgia and Talmadge, west of King Avenue, and between Nacoochee and Chase. Now, these are the center raised medians for mid-block crosswalks, I believe, and those kind of would help slow down traffic and define that area. That's a different thing. So the center raised medians are just what that sounds like, the actually separating the traffic from the other side so that it really defines that space. It also reduces the center turn lane options, so there's not so much space for people to, kind of drive through that lane. So you can see those are outlined on this map in green for the extent. Specific intersection improvements include realigning or reconfiguring Park and Talmadge with those strong angles that are at that intersection. There's also various improvements at Millage Avenue, such as upgrading the turn lanes and reducing the number of curb cuts, and creating dedicated left turn signals at Satula and Oglethorpe and Prince Avenue. So that would be not just the lanes, but also the signals themselves. As far as general safety for vehicular category, we really wanted to improve measures to reduce speeding, such as having more enforcement, marked pavement, and better signage. We also talked about the idea of converting 2 segments of Prince Avenue to 3 lanes. So those 2 segments, the first is between Millage Avenue and Barber Street, and the second is Barber Street to Pulaski Street. These would be 2 separate projects, and each one would need to go through their own traffic study. These studies would specifically look at what effect a 3-lane roadway might have on the level of service for Prince Avenue and whether that would be appropriate or not. That would come out of traffic engineering, and the final sub-project would be to upgrade the, so that's the 3-lane thing. And then the last sub-project here is to upgrade the existing signals throughout the corridor, and those upgrades could be timing, visibility, and location. So then let's move on to bikes. And so this map isn't super fancy, but but essentially we just really wanted to highlight the need for bike infrastructure along this corridor. This entire length is a Tier 1 Athens in Motion project. So we felt the most important aspect of bike infrastructure along Prince Avenue was creating protected infrastructure from Oglethorpe to Pulaski. So the specific type of infrastructure, whether it's lanes or multi-path or any of that kind of stuff, that would be dependent really on that 3-lane analysis and whether there would be room for the different types of facilities. If those facilities aren't feasible, we could explore separated facilities such as multi-use path, separated bike lanes, or a cycle track, which would be outside of that edge of pavement. So also I wanted to clarify that when we talk about protected bike lanes, that really is talking about a vertical buffer. It protects the bikes from the moving traffic. So whether it's a curb or even a row of cars like we have on Hancock, that bike lane is protected from the moving vehicles. that is also different from buffered, where buffered is really talking about the horizontal distance. So it gets into a lot of, crazy details with how you could do different things, as you guys know from that last project. So essentially, this sub-project just really looks at wanting to have bike facilities along this corridor. The second sub-project from that, the second opportunity from that is safety, which we discussed about basically installing signage indicating state bike laws along the corridor. That signage would be chosen dependent on a wide variety of factors, including, if we have infrastructure and what that signage would say. It also depends on which signs fall within MUTCD compliance, and any signage that we would discuss would be reviewed by traffic engineering. I got a really great detailed overview from the executive director of Georgia Bikes about which signage would be helpful and which ones wouldn't be, based on a lot of case studies around the state of Georgia. And so that would be really helpful in determining this kind of opportunity. Moving down into general safety. So on this map, we really only see one of our bus lines. There was a little bit of an oversight. There's actually two bus lines that go the length of Prince Avenue, and then one that goes up Barber Street. And but we wanted to, this kind of shows all of those bus stops along the corridor. And there's a few other things that we couldn't really map out yet, but the three opportunities that fall under this particular general safety category, they don't necessarily fall under any one, but they contribute to overall safety for all road users. And so when, asking the public about this during the survey, there would be the option of choosing which of the options do you want to respond to. But those details will come later. These opportunities that we can discuss here are utilities, transit, and all users. And so utilities is essentially, there's a lot of utility poles along the corridor that may not have any utilities on them or just one or two. And so we would really need to do an inventory of all those utility poles, and we could identify which ones could be removed and consolidated. So this item may actually need to move to the Corridor Policy Committee, as it's really more about setting a new standard practice for dealing with unused utility poles along any corridor in Athens. But we wanted to highlight it here because there are a lot of utility poles that are just kind of cluttering up those edges, and those can block sight lines, whether it's for pedestrians on sidewalks or, vehicles and driveways. And to talk about the transit, so this would also be more of a discussion with transit. So we could explore if there's a need for more frequent bus trips based on their kind of level of service and analysis, and or maybe even a need for additional bus shelters. So that's something we wanted to include, just to have the option of enhanced transit services on this corridor. We wanted the public to be able to say what their opinion was and what they think should be done there. And then as far as all users, which is our last subcategory project, in general, we'd like to reduce the number of curb cuts along the corridor, close some driveways that are redundant, reduce the width of some of the larger pans of those driveways to really minimize pedestrian exposure within those curb cuts, similar to kind of what we talked about with the bump outs on Barber. And so, with all of that, and reducing some of those, or, cutting them away from the intersection a little bit, we could hopefully reduce the number of crossing traffic and left turns and those types of dangerous intersections. And with all of that, we have a lot that we could do in terms of roadway safety audits and stuff like that. And so that covers all of the sub-projects. If you want to go on to the next slide.
Come on. There we go. Thank you, Daniel. So what are our next steps? As you can tell from the slides, we've still got development to do on the web page and the presentation materials, but the list of projects the group has been through pretty extensively as far as trying to go through all 20 or so of those. And so we are working on finalizing the material and also the dates and times and locations for doing both, similar to what we did for Atlanta and Lexington Highways, doing in-person sessions and also online public engagement, trying to reach the maximum number of users. We'll do similarly the window clings and to get the word out for the online surveys. In person, we'll have the paper copies for folks, and so the user group will put together that and send out those, get that public engagement done. And then our next step really is for the user group to take that information and develop some prioritizations of the projects that we bring back to Mayor and Commission for consideration. If the project is simple enough to consider a concept of it at that time, we bring it back and ask to go to get concept approval and move to preliminary plans, or maybe that we just get the prioritizations and then move to come back yet again for project concepts. In any regard, we're looking to bring back in the September work session the results of that public engagement and a prioritized list. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thanks, Keith, and everyone. I really appreciate it. I think you've got a great menu to choose from, and obviously we're going to be seeing this again in September. At this point in the process, knowing that we're going to be going out to public input and then seeing this again in September, are there any questions at this point from commissioners?
Mayor Girtz, this is Ovita.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I'm not on video tonight. It's just not a good night. But I want to go back to, I think it was one of the slides, and it talked about from Oglethorpe and Pulaski, the bike, the bike lanes. But now I did not hear on Pulaski. Did I hear Pulaski as having a bike lane?
Just on Prince, I don't think you addressed any of the side streets. Is that right?
Okay. And I guess that, that goes back to Mayor Girtz, our conversations that we had with the Pulaski Street residents a few months ago. That's why I asked that question. And my second question is, first of all, thank you for the presentation. This helps me out a lot, especially since I'm not a bike person. But my next question, and it's indirectly related. We're doing all of these bike lanes all over Athens. Are we keeping any type of record of how many bikers are using these lanes? We did a major adjustment downtown, and I have heard from some of the businesses, there's not a bunch of bike trafficking downtown. So are we collecting any data to show how useful or how used these changes are? Because they are expensive. I can see the greenways, the Firefly Trail, I can see all of that. But do we have any record? Are we maintaining any type of data on how many bikers are using, especially our main thoroughways and streets? That was my question.
Is that something TPW measures?
So we do not currently have that data, but we are seeking out that data access through some various means. We do bike counts, and I think Stephen could probably speak to some of those, but we are seeking to really get those measurables of before and after these road improvements. And a lot of our road improvements that we have been running through you guys, the multi-use paths, Cherokee, that kind of stuff, those, once they're built, we plan on having kind of that before and after data to measure that. Now, I also want to mention that while there are some bike projects on this corridor, a substantial amount is for vehicular as well as pedestrian. So I kind of stepped in for Diana since she wasn't able to be here. But yeah.
I just think that kind of information is important and ongoing because it seems this is the direction of bikers that we are headed in, which I am not complaining or fussing about. But when we put this kind of money in these paths, especially when they're in traditionally traveled car and pedestrian, it looks like we would like to know how well we did in some of the other areas. So it's just a recommendation. Again, I appreciate your work, but you're asking me to vote on something sooner or later that I don't know if it worked well in other areas. That's my point.
Thanks, Avita.
And that's an excellent point. Yeah.
Got Melissa, Carol, Patrick, and Jesse lined up.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see this report and know that the that user group is doing so much good work. I've been following this stuff for almost 20 years now, I guess. I've been in on a lot of these studies and charrettes and things. So there's a lot of good projects and ones that have, been pointed out are needed for a long time. Some of those mid-block crossings and raised medians and things like that. I'm wondering if there's any discussion about traffic calming entering town, because I can't tell you how many times I've stood waiting to cross at that Oglethorpe-Satula intersection and seen a tractor trailer blast through it at 50 miles an hour. I wonder how much good some of these crosswalks will do, if you have traffic going 50, 60 miles an hour. Are they going to even see those RFBs? I'm wondering if there's any effort to calm that traffic as it enters Athens, so this traffic is able to stop when it comes upon one of those flashing crosswalks. That's a big concern of mine. I mean, we might be setting people up to get run over in the street if they feel they're safe crossing at this crosswalk when the traffic's coming out. I'm going 60 miles an hour.
Tim, you view toward the kind of further west segment.
Yeah.
Say Oglethorpe out to the loop.
Yeah, and just that massive just expanse of concrete crossing the loop. Like, there's so much potential for a big fat median and gateway that will just announce this is Athens-Clarke County and this is an urban area and slow the hell down.
I think that's a great point, and I think we'll be sure to run that to the user group. And Keith, if you have any response to that.
No, I was just going to ask if Tim wanted to weigh in. There are some raised medians planned as part of the GDOT project before you get to the Oglethorpe-Satula intersection that should act as some traffic calming, as well as, I guess, maybe some of the other intersection improvements that are part of their projects. Mm-hmm. Their project.
I'll just weigh in, and I'd say that I would encourage GDOT to eat up any asphalt with planted medians as far out as Cathwood Drive for exactly that same effect.
Say all the way to Jefferson River Road.
Mr. Mayor,
yeah,
is this gentlemen? I see a lot of people running across around Normal Town. What sort of pedestrian islands or refuges do you have right there in front of Normal Hardware? Because you got people darting across the road there already. So certainly some protection would help.
So with that particular, to answer a couple of things, I was just going to mention, thanks for bringing that up, Keith. GDOT does have their own, so with their concept plan that they created, they do have a plan that they're developing for Prince Avenue, and we wanted to make sure we didn't overlap too much with them. So some stuff may not be shown in our concept because it's part of a GDOT plan, but we actually are going to have GDOT come and speak with us about their plan that just was recently developed, and they'll be presenting at one of our next few meetings, so we can really make sure that all those bases are covered, because we agree, you want to make sure you look at everything and the slowing of that down. Now, about that specific intersection, I believe that specific spot would fall under the crosswalk improvements and the general crossings, as well as there would be the dedicated left turn signals there, which would help kind of direct turning traffic and pedestrian traffic kind of at the same time. As far as mid-block crossings, I believe that's too close to a signalized intersection to really put one in there along those storefronts, if that's what you're speaking to.
Yeah.
But there's kind of a minimum of 300 feet from an intersection. So we would really need to take a look at that and, and then once again, traffic study and pedestrian count. In fact, I'll go ahead and measure that distance to see where the closest one could possibly be.
Got Carol.
Yeah, before I go into my points, I just want to mention to Russell that I did listen into one of these sessions from the Prince Avenue Study Group where they seem to spend like 45 minutes talking about just what you're talking about, Commissioner Edwards. So I know we're right on top of that. That was a big subject of discussion there. I just wanted to make sure that when in this public output that there's also a survey and outreach to the business owners in particular along that way. And I think that's just really important to get out ahead of that. And so maybe, if you can address that on the GDOT, I'm really glad that you brought that up about that paving. And I know I've talked to some of the people on this citizen committee, and this question about how soon do we have to make the decisions on our end to be able to use all of what GDOT is doing to our benefit. And I was just curious if you could give us that timeline as well. So, because I know that they're doing the repaving, I was really pleased to hear they're going to go ahead and not just do the repaving on their stretch, but also from Millage to Pulaski. And they're also redoing the ADA ramps and upgrading them, and also on the Clarke County side as well. And I know there's a lot of discussion of the 3-laning on the area between Millage and Pulaski. And is that something that but there was discussion about the need for a traffic study. So I have a question about when would that traffic study happen, and what kind of traffic study would it be? What would be included in that? And from what you guys said, there were 2 places. So would there be 2 traffic studies? And I know that that's going to be really important in terms of making that decision on 3-laning down in that section, which we might want to do as GDOT is happening. It's repaving. So I just want to make sure that we get all of that done quick enough so that we can take advantage of what they're doing to make the stuff we're doing easier.
And if I could just cut in briefly, I did get confirmation that one of the correction is that we do have a mid-block crossing shown at Georgia Avenue and Prince. So that's specified as one of our proposed mid-block crossings. And it is at more than 300 feet from the signalized intersection. But Stephen, did you have something on that?
Yeah, so to answer Commissioner Meyer's question about the traffic studies, so that is something I believe we're going to go ahead and get authorization from the user group to go ahead and contract out those studies now, which would be getting the consultant who's on board with this corridor to go out and look. As far as what those would look like, I have asked that they really put these into what I'd consider layman's terms. So it's not just saying, oh, you would change level of service from a C to a D. No, but to actually explain what that means, because you all as elected officials will have to weigh the cost and benefits, right? So it's the delay that would be involved with that for all modes of transportation. It's potential, emissions and safety considerations that would be affected by that 3-laning. And then you just have to decide after getting that information whether it's worth it to condense those routes for the benefits that could happen because of this.
Yeah, and I think like Commissioner Link was saying in terms of the slowing the speed down, I just, I think that for many people, I have a friend of mine who lives out on the west side, hadn't been on Prince Avenue. Just the nature of Prince Avenue is changed so dramatically in the last year in terms of the number of people who are on the streets, the businesses. So I think that focus on safety is really essential. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Patrick?
Thank you guys for this presentation. I just had a quick question about the utility poles that you had mentioned. I was wondering, could they be put underground and who will bear those costs?
Sure. So that's always the question is, on some of these larger corridors is the cost of putting underground utilities. It is a pretty large cost that would be ours as ACC Gov to bear those costs. And it's certainly an undertaking that we've considered on a number of places. I mean, you think about areas like Millage or Hawthorne, or where you're having to dodge utility poles in a sidewalk, if you have, it really limits what you can do with right of way. So that's a great question. It would certainly be a very large cost undertaking.
Kelly, can I just chime in on that part? And I think the underground wiring is really that's the direction we need to be headed in for as far as safety and convenience is concerned. Kelly, we know that there's going to be another pot of money coming, the infrastructure money. I don't want to be presumptuous, but would this be something that the infrastructure money from, not the American Rescue Plan money that we're expecting, but the next pot of money that is for infrastructure,
being granted the American Jobs Plan?
Yes,
it's too soon to tell right now. I just saw right before this meeting that the Biden administration is essentially ending talks with Senator Caputo, and so I think we may have some sense in the next month, but we don't know right now.
And my second question is, I know I made a comment about study and looking at the bike usage where we already have bike lanes. I'm assuming that it was just not a suggestion, that someone will kind of make some notes, then can maybe get that back to us in some type of report, if possible, as minimal or as major as possible.
So staff, if you could just provide data you have now and then the anticipated data that you have coming. Is that what you're looking for, Commissioner?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Perfect. And Patrick, do you want to follow up?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up for the utility poles. That's a well-traveled walk bike area. Just for staff, and if you don't have this information, it's fine. Don't work too hard on it. But I'm just interested in, like, for the more trouble areas, what would the cost be to bury some of those utility lines, and if that's even feasible?
We could come back with a quote on cost per block or something like that to kind of give you an idea of what that would look like.
I think it'd be helpful for everybody to know what that magnitude is for a 400-foot segment on one side of a frontage or something like that.
Sure.
And I do know also that traffic engineering in the past has talked about wanting to have fiber to really help with those signals out there. And so I don't know if that's something that we would want to wrap into that cost. If we're already burying utilities, then adding in fiber would be helpful, but you probably want to do a longer extension of fiber for that.
Thanks for that, Daniel. Jesse and then Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of this was kind of brought up starting with Commissioner Link, but I would just like to understand maybe like why did the corridor initially end at Sunset instead of going to Hawthorne and Homewood Hills? Was there a rationale behind that originally that y'all are aware of? Or just because to me it also makes sense to go at least to the bridge, or if not to that Homewood Hills plaza. There's not like a clear answer, I guess I'm guessing. It just kind of was where it was at the time. Is that?
I would say it's based on the SPLOST project.
Yeah, and the project statement doesn't specifically say that that's where it would end. It's, I guess, in general, that's been some discussion. And I think the past studies that we had probably went that far. I'm not sure they went any further out than the loop.
Okay. And then I guess I'll just say, like, I'm very excited about this. I was on the Complete Streets Steering Committee. We, started off really focusing on a road diet for Prince Ave, so I'm really excited to see where this is headed. One other thing I wanted to ask about was trees or shade. Has that been incorporated into any of the discussions to date? Just because a lot of times when we're talking about adding bike ped stuff.
Not specifically adding trees. Most of Prince is pretty well lined with dogwoods, but no, as far as I know, that I don't recall that being a specific point of discussion. Okay, as I'm just thinking about like the studies around walkable cities and making them appealing is like making sure that there is shade, especially in southern cities like ours. So I'd just like for us to maybe have that included where needed, if needed, in the sections of the corridor where it would be necessary.
Well, and trees were brought up a couple of times on some of the projects. One of those being lighting. We were really discussing pedestrian scale lighting because ironically, it's as those trees that exist out there, they're actually causing a lot of the darkening of the sidewalks that make it really hard to see pedestrians. So it's kind of like, it's not necessarily trees or lighting, but it is kind of a balancing act between the two.
Thanks, Jesse. Tim, and then circling back to Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to jump on to Commissioner Hull's question about, I did ask about if this project could be going further down on the Jefferson Road, and then my understanding was that the SPLOST language specifically is called Prince Avenue, and that is where the road ceases to be called Prince Avenue is there, but I guess actually it would be at Hawthorne, I think, but either way, we obviously do need to do improvements beyond there down the Jefferson Road desperately. My only question, and apologies, I had to step away. Apologies if Commissioner Link brought this up, because I know me and Commissioner Link have talked to residents about this a lot. But I see the intersection improvements recommended at Park Avenue and Talmadge. But I wonder how far it was talked about what those intersection improvements could be, because there's been many asks and for basically that intersection to be realigned, because it is a very dangerous intersection that does not make much sense. But I know that would be extremely costly. But I wonder if the proposed project here goes that far, or if that was discussed.
Yeah, so that project the group has discussed extensively and looked at several different options for that. So that would be, I guess, part of the project concept would be or the public input would be to get comments on that. They very much are in agreement with you, I think, Commissioner, that intersection does need realignment, and have looked and talked about several different potential options to bring back to y'all to look at for that realignment. And part of stopping where it does, it is pretty clear that the project statement is for Prince Avenue, but there's also only $3.8 million. And so it's a matter of how far does that money go. Anything that, all the projects that are on the list won't be able to get funded out of that 3.8. And you certainly could continue this work on down, further out Prince in the next TSPLOST or other program as well. But that was another thought of where we stopped. And it's also where the GDOT project pretty much, I believe, stops, is either at Sunset or maybe it might all the way go to Hawthorne. Stephen, do you recall if it goes to Hawthorne or is it stopped?
I'm unsure. I thought it just went to Sunset.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, where the ramp is. So.
Okay.
Melissa?
You're muted, Commissioner.
You're muted, Melissa.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to trees. Thanks to Jesse for bringing that up. Prince Avenue does have a pretty good tree canopy, and I feel like that's part of the reason that it is such a desirable corridor for walking currently, and why there is such a demand to improve the safety, because you do have lots of people on it demanding that safety. But I want to remind folks that, when you start to talk about widening the right-of-way and widening sidewalks to turn them into mixed-use paths, often that means you have to remove some of those tree canopies, and you often make it less desirable because you remove that shade. So that's something for us to think about when we're talking about our urban infrastructure, and whether we're going to stick with the existing right-of-way and existing pavement infrastructure or add more pavement. Just keep that in mind. I'm thinking about Barber Street, and if we were to put a mixed-use path on that final segment, it probably would demand quite a bit of tree removal and remove a lot of the shade in that area, which is part of what makes that little bit of Barber Street a pleasant place to walk.
All right, so we are going to see this again in September. Any last-minute comments before we move on? All right, good work, everyone. Thank you. And I think next on the agenda is discussion of the Costa building.
That's correct, Mayor. Just Okay, thank you again. Well, I'll pick up here on the Costa building. It's SPLOST 2011 Project 32, and this is our proposed project concept. I'll be presenting. Our project manager is on with us, Daniel Garrett. We also have Lori Bork, a newcomer, and Gabe Comstock, both from Architectural Collaborative, who's a local architectural firm that is our project architects. So we want to present that concept to you tonight. We'll go through some of the history, some of the design challenges, and project funding and schedule moving forward. So we've talked to you quite a bit since this program, SPLOST 2011 program, started about the Costa building. But just to back up a little, the city of Athens bought this building in 1972. So, we've owned it for a little over almost 5 decades now. And this was a 2011 project. It did get a new membrane roof. That did not come out of the SPLOST project, but that was done just prior to the citizens passing the referendum. We've had several reports that we've brought back to you on the building for asbestos and hazardous material, also assessments for potential uses. The hot corner mural was added to it in 2019. We've also looked at some budget amendments that we recognized and referenced, I think last August, really exactly a year ago, well, almost a year ago, that we hold $1 million for this project. When we get through tonight, we're going to, with the new conditions in the market, be asking for a little more money than that. In September of last year, our user group has began meeting again with a all online process, but we've got Ilka McConnell. Brad's listed here, but Bruce Lonnie has actually been the member from planning that's been on the user group. Andrew Saunders, and then our citizen group or resident group, Sarah. Sarah's a government employee, but then Michelle Pearson and Whit Richardson are also as part of that. So in October, we got proposals. In January of this year, y'all awarded the contract to Architectural Collaborative, and then we started work on this concept. I think most of you know where this building is, but it's at, for those that may be watching that don't, it's at corner of East Washington and Lumpkin Street. It's the large white shaded roof there in the middle of that picture, right next door to the Board of Elections. And there is an alley in between the two, which is primarily underground, has lots of utilities. It has stormwater, has water for the Board of Elections. It has sprinkler lines for Board of Elections, which we'll also expand and use for the Costa. We've got electrical for both buildings, and also the electrical for the downtown streetlights on Washington is powered underground through that alley. So there's quite a bit of utilities in that alley way. Our existing building is about a 4,000 square foot footprint. It's It has 4 floors in total, counting the basement. All of the basement is not usable, though, for occupied space with today's code requirements because of some very low ceilings, but we'll get to that. So got some real design challenges with this building, which is probably why it was been put on hold and you know, we've for some until 2010 and why other users have moved out of it, because it doesn't have an ADA handicap access anywhere to it. The first floor is about 6 feet above grade. And current code requires 2 ramps. When the project was put forth in the referendum, we knew we needed to create, or there was a need to create ADA access, but at that point we did not really know that there was going to be the requirement for 2 ramps. Also, we knew both of the stairwells were not code compliant in their configuration, but they're also too close to each other, which means one of them has to be moved, which is also something new that was not contemplated in the original budget when it was put forth. The existing elevator shaft, again, we knew there wasn't an elevator in there. That is a wood platform shaft that's our elevator is there, but it hasn't been operated in probably since we bought the building in '72. Many of the doorways to it have been blocked over, but it's not large enough to house a new code compliant elevator that would hold a gurney, which you would need a gurney if we did want to put the elevator all the way to the roof to get that extra 4th floor. All of the mechanical, plumbing, and electrical in the building, it's a total, pretty much the building is, referred to as a total gut job. It needs to be completely pulled out and started over. Also, the roof will not support live load for people. I know there's been a lot of talk about perhaps making it a terrace or making it an active space. So we know enough to know that it will not support that without some a lot of extra structural work, design work. And we also know that it's been evaluated in the years past and it's not sufficient for a green roof. But we do believe we can put solar, and so we'll talk about that a little more as we go through this. And also the mural on the west side of the building is a design challenge in that it's a beautiful mural, but it also prevents windows from being cut in a lot of that area. And there may be some waterproofing that needs to get done on that side. And if it is, then we will certainly work with the artist and get anything done appropriately for the art and restored if we have to. That's still to be evaluated. So we know we've got mold, lead, and asbestos in the building that have to be abated. We knew that going into the budget, so that's always been a concern. Of course, as you can imagine, in this age building, none of the bathrooms are code compliant. And as we show on the floor plan, this is the first floor plan, and you can see all the dash lines inside the building. The building is really chopped up into small rooms with concrete block walls and no windows and small doorways. Something that was probably done it looks to be done maybe in the 60s, or maybe it was done in the 70s when we bought the building and the police worked out of it, but not conducive to the uses we want to use today. And then we've talked about the alley, and also the building does not currently have fire sprinkler systems, which we would look to add. And the building's envelope doesn't protect it from the water and wind elements that we need to fix as part of this. So to all those challenges, we have some solutions we're bringing forth to you tonight. And what we have is a concept. It is a little more rendering look than our normal concept, but part of that is because we're also working in conjunction with the designer for the Downtown Development Authority's park next door. So as we're looking here, where it starts with tag number 1 in 2 places, we are looking to put 2 different ADA handicap ramps, one to the east into the alley. And yet we will have to build over those utilities, which we'll have to do a little bit of relocation and working with, but then also another ramp to the west, coming down parallel to the existing retaining wall that separates the water business diagonal parking from their parking lot that's going to be turned to the park. So that ramp will do a couple of things. It's going to give us the ADA access to the building, but it also is going to act as a shoring and protection for that retaining wall. That retaining wall needs some structural work that's not in the budget for the park project. We need a ramp, and so that ramp will allow us to stiffen up that retaining wall, so it will not have to be replaced. At least we don't think it will be, and it will be able to save all of those large crepe myrtles that are planted behind that. And it also provides access to the park directly from the building on that side. Now, we talked about those other areas with the stairs and the elevator. So the concept we're putting forth has where the section in number 3 here is a building addition. That we are asking, or as part of the concept, to put this addition to house a new elevator that would be code compliant. It would hold the new restrooms, and it would also help us get that separated stairwell far enough away from the existing stairwell. From the estimates that we have from the design team and their contractor that works with them, doing the estimates, it would be less expensive for us to do that addition than it would be to do the renovations of those components within the footprint. And of course, it also gives us the added benefit of an extra roughly 700 to 800 square feet per floor. So that's a tremendous benefit out of that. And with this, the project concept envisions openings on all 4 sides of the building. We'd have an opening out to the Water Business Office parking lot, and then the front entrance that's existing, and then the 2 ADA entrances off the east and west. The concept also envisioned removing the majority of the interior walls. We need to evaluate those as they come down, but they all have to be renovated in some way for the lead paint, asbestos, but the majority of them are non-load bearing. So we believe we can take those down to give the most open floor plan and natural sunlight throughout the building with the windows we do have. So in our typical fashion, our project concept is coming to you in 3 different phases: must-haves, highly wanted, and nice to have. This first list of must-haves, and I won't read them to you, but these are all things that are required. This first list of must-haves are required by either code, an ordinance, or a policy. Predominantly on a policy would be that we are seeking the Earthcraft certification there at the bottom of the list. And our technical certification we'll be seeking would be the sustainable preservation criteria that we'd be seeking. So many of these others we've already talked about. The one I guess maybe I didn't mention would be, as part of the must-have, is remediating the basement enough to get the waterproofing and moisture control, get that under control so that we don't have the mold issues going forward. And then we would be putting insulation in all the exterior walls. Right now, those walls are not insulated, other than with just the structural mass that is there. And then we would be, of course, replacing all of the mechanical systems, sprinkler systems, and stairs and things we've already talked about. The second set of must-haves from the user group are not necessarily required by code, but it's things the user group envisions that are needed as part of the project concept in order to make this a well-functioning or usable building for people in years to come. And that would be to add a plumbing rough-in for the restrooms in the basement level. We're, as part of the concept, the basement level, we're not recommending doing renovating unless we do get some extra funding and we get very good pricing. You'll see in here that we do ask under the highly wanted, or I believe it's under highly wanted, is to finish the basement if we have the proper funding. But at a minimum, we'd want to go ahead and get that rough in done for restrooms in the basement. We'd like to replace all the windows and doors. Again, that's probably going to require some extra funding. And the must-have would be to make the building solar ready. We'll talk more about solar in just a minute. Get the perimeter furring and studs done for those exterior walls. We don't know what tenant's going in the building yet. So we're not ready to ask you to approve a layout that gives us exact walls within the building, because every tenant that goes in there might want to do something a little bit different. We do have money set aside and allowances to do the sheetrock and the carpet and painting and such once a tenant is selected. We do think as part of the must-have is to really get the lobby area, the first floor, completely finished, the stairwells, the restrooms, and then also to provide the fire stair down to the basement so it could be made usable in the future without impacting the rest of the building. And there's a couple other items there that, as you can imagine, get the power and data and running. And the intent of the concept is to leave the structure visible in the ceiling and not put give it that more industrial look and not put a new drop ceiling in it. For one, the ceilings are very low structurally. So to put any kind of drop ceiling just makes it feel much more claustrophobic. I use that word, and it's maybe not the architectural word, but under the highly wanted is a plaza between the two buildings and the alley side to do a area that could house some tables and dining in some fashion, to extend that elevator to the roof in the must-haves with the 3 main floors. But to extend it to the roof, to the new roof portion that's with the addition, that would give us about 750 square feet of usable roof space that could be used for a terrace, because we'd be designing that structure brand new. Then to add some new windows on both sides of the mural, and also add rainwater harvesting system for toilet flushing, and that could serve as irrigation for the park or wash down in the patio area. And then as a minor item, but rough in plumbing for future kitchenettes on the upper 2 floors. You know, if you have an office, most places would want to have some kind of break room with a little kitchenette in it. And then really the nice to haves bottom on the list, if we have a lot of money, they'd love to do, but be finished the other 40% of the basement. 60% is really not usable. The ceilings are way too low to be any kind of space that you could rent and do much else besides storage or mechanical systems. It gives plenty of room to add that rainwater harvesting in the basement, though, where it wouldn't be damaging any other surfaces. And then to have a rooftop terrace, it may be cantilevered over from the new roof to over the existing roof, or a portion of, to try to enlarge that roof terrace a little bit. So those are the nice to have. Again, to fit on the site, we looked at the site plan, but this is the little patio area between that we'd like to see under that highly wanted section. And then we did do a little bit of rendering for massing purposes. Normally we don't go this far in concept, and this is still subject to change, but we needed to make sure we could get the door in on the west side of the building without impacting the mural. And we knew everybody would have questions about, can we actually do that without impacting it and make it work with the park? So we have coordinated with the ADA designer for the park, and feel like adding this ramp, they're in agreement, does not impact, and I think they presented that with their last drawings to you. Doesn't impact the park design. What they had designed just shifts slightly towards Washington. The stage is still here. The ramp up to the stage is still there. And then it does give a couple of access points. And one thing this possibly would do is if it was operationally decided that's what you wanted, was this first floor of this building will have restrooms in it that could be open. If there was an event or something in the park, those restrooms could be left open. Again, that takes staffing and needs to be worked out as far as that goes, but it's a possibility. So quickly, I'll show these floor plans. These are very conceptual, but we give you these as what might be. So the basement level, this front half is really the 40% of that space that is usable, given the ceiling heights. It's low ceilings. It wouldn't have windows. Oh, sorry about that. I wouldn't say that it would be the ideal space, but you may have a tenant that doesn't need a lot of window space. And so it is something there that could be used. On the first floor, the three of the 4 corners, sort of, if you wanted to break that out as a potential type tenant space or retail or some type, it would lend itself to be the best options for that. Not saying it has to be there, but that if it's sort of the best option space. And then the middle could be left open for some community flex space. It could be more retail if you wanted to, or some kind of incubator. It really could be left open for whatever it is that desires to go in there. And then we're looking at this common lobby that has some doors that would allow the lobby and maybe the rest of the building to be locked if needed. And you could leave the lobby and restrooms and elevator open if you choose, if you want to use this after hours or something. Just give some options there with this layout. Of course, we'd have restrooms on all 3 floors that we'd build in the new addition. We'd build a stairwell, and so we get this proper separation between the distances, and we could build a new code compliant elevator. On the 2nd and 3rd floor, they're basically the same footprint. And again, we laid out here in blue this potential office space. It could be whatever. That's the side that has the windows, though, be the most likely if you're having office. And then using the other side for a more collaborative conference room or just open collaborative space. And then the roof level, the stairs, if funding allows, would go to the roof, and the elevator could go to the roof, and you'd have a smaller roof terrace. If we got that highly wanted and we really got favorable bid prices, perhaps, and we haven't done the structural analysis for this, perhaps some way we could use this roof terrace to cantilever and pick up some extra roof space for a terrace over that existing roof. But the front half, we're suggesting to leave for a solar array and then rooftop equipment because it really doesn't, without taking that structural design all the way down to the basement to improve the structural capacity. You really can't get people up on that roof. And you couldn't build it for an occupied space as far as parties and that dining and that sort of thing. So our budget, up at the top here, in the SPLOST 2011 project, we have currently $3.5 million for the project. We are asking, as part of this concept, to be allowed to use $250,000 from the SPLOST 2020 Project 11 to be able to fund a full solar array on the roof, not just solar ready, but a solar array. Also to replace the windows with energy efficient windows. Not just to, if we can't get some additional funding, we're more likely to just be able to rehab the windows we have, which is not the most energy efficient for the building. So we would like to be able to replace all of those and also add a rainwater harvesting system. And as we've talked about for several years now, this project, we've always said we recommended holding $1 million for this project to be added to it. With the current material and labor prices, we're suggesting now that we do a budget amendment. And the reason this number is such an odd number is that's exactly the dollar amounts that's left in the jail project, that we move the rest of those funds to this project. And normally we do that at construction bidding, but we're asking to do that now so that we can tell the designers for sure we've got the money to go ahead and do some of these design elements that make a big difference going forward. And that money breaks, you can see the breakout there. We've already encumbered the design fees. We do have public art that would be incorporated into the building at some point. We will start meeting with the ACAC going forward. We've got a little bit of money for furniture and equipment. There's the $250 again for the solar, the windows, and the rainwater. We've got then the construction. And we are carrying still almost $500,000 in contingency, which could be turned back over to put towards other projects if it's not needed. But going into this kind of renovation project with so many unknowns, that's about 15%, which we would recommend that we hold for that. So I thought someone might ask, so the monies that are left in the SPLOST 2011 for reallocation, there is about $948,000 in earned interest that has not been allocated, and then there's almost $1.4 million in the jail fund. So we're asking as part of this project to move that $1.399 million to this project, and then leave the $948,000 for Mayor Commission to allocate on other projects. I would suggest, given where we are in construction costs going up, that we hold that for projects left to be finished in 2011. We've got the Firefly and youth center still to be built, and there's others that are probably going to need some additional funding as well. Our schedule. So we're to you tonight, June 8th. We bring this back for a vote next week. We want to move forward on into the schematic design, and also we'll be advertising hopefully in the next week for our RFP for a construction manager at risk. And then the goal would be to bring that back to you in the December vote for the guaranteed maximum price for that construction manager. And so we can move into construction early 22 and be done by the end of 22. That's just a different version of those same dates. And with that, I know I went a little long. I'm sorry, I'm kind of talking slow and hoarse, but I'll be glad to try to answer any questions.
Thanks, Keith. Questions for Keith, and Keith, if you could take down the presentation, that way I can see everybody's face. See Melissa, Tim, and Jesse and Patrick.
Yeah, this looks really good, and thanks to Arco Lab. I think they've done a really nice job maximizing this historic building, and the idea of adding on to the back of it to get in some of the contemporary requirements is I feel like it will preserve the structure of the building and add a few extras. I have a question, especially concerning the historic nature of the building. Does this have to go before HPC? As a government entity, are we required to go before HPC? And has anybody from HPC had a look at it?
I don't think the architects have taken it to HPC, particularly Bruce Lonnie is on our group and has directed and provided input at every step about what would would meet those qualifications. But I don't think technically we are required as a government to go to them. We normally follow the same permitting processes, though, that everybody else follows. So we felt like we've provided a design that would satisfy.
Exterior changes to the building that would trigger that. But when you mentioned the window replacements, I know that's a touchy subject with HPC, and I feel like that's one of those things that need some reevaluation in the design guidelines when you talk about energy efficient window upgrades. I just wanted to point that out.
Yes, ma'am. Gabe, is that something that you want to touch on or say anything about?
Yeah, we've looked at the windows in detail, and they've actually been replaced at some point. So the windows that are in there are not the historic windows. If we were to replace the windows, we would try to put back what was there originally. And we have some really great historic photographs that document that. And we would obviously work with our partner, Joe Smith, who's our in-house expert on preservation and how to replace those windows in the proper way.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will say, I'll add to that too, in terms of HPC, what we've done on past public projects in other jurisdictions is go in front of the HPC as a courtesy and to get input, but knowing it's not an obligation to so we're certainly open to suggestions.
Yeah, I'm sure that courtesy would be a good thing, and especially considering that we've added a second historic district downtown, it would be a good lesson on how we approach these renovations of historic multi-story office buildings.
Tim.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, and thank you, everyone. Honestly, like y'all said, with the myriad of really big challenges here, I'm very impressed with how y'all came up with some solutions that look fantastic, and I think that really fit towards the vision here. And then just to give input on, I think the most pressing matter for us, I am excitedly supportive of us going ahead and moving the 1.4 million left over from the SPLOST jail expansion into this project as a budget amendment. I think it's very exciting that we'll be able to use funding that would have gone from incarcerating people to instead being used to build community supports and community space that everyone can enjoy in Athens. I think that is a beautiful thing that we'll be able to do there.
Thanks, Tim. I've got Jesse, Patrick, and Carol up.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions. One, you had mentioned the building envelope being in rough shape, and I'm thinking about how weatherization is usually the most important element of sustainability. And I'm just curious, like, what are we looking at in terms of the reconstruction of those walls and weatherization, and where are we going to be at for energy efficiency?
Gabe, I'll let you take that. Or Lori.
Yeah, we already talked about the windows. The windows are a really big one on historic built projects. Also, the second big thing that we are proposing is to add insulation to all the perimeter walls. So we don't always get to do that on historic projects, but in this one, it kind of lends itself to that a little bit more easily. All the walls are masonry on the interior, so there's zero insulation right now. So that with a high efficiency mechanical system, we're going to have a really great envelope, especially considering where we normally be on a historic building.
Right, and I'll add to that too, that a big part of doing these energy efficient envelopes and going through something like Earthcraft is making sure the building's air sealed really well. And masonry is a breathable construction element. So the insulation we'll be using will create that air seal. We'll be using either a rigid insulation behind it or a spray-in insulation that creates that air barrier, and that'll help as well. The masonry itself doesn't appear to be in too bad of shape. So
awesome, that's good to know. And would that be like between floors as well? Would there be? I'm just thinking about if we have different tenants and different floors that they might want to have different hours of use or needs for heating and cooling.
Yeah, there'd be separate systems on each floor so that you can control those floors independently.
Okay.
So it's not the thermostat won't control the whole building. There'll be control within each floor.
Sure, I meant the elevated insulation that we're doing on the exterior walls. Will that also be done between floors?
Yeah, it'll go basically from the basement all the way to the roof, and obviously there'll be thermal breaks at the floors themselves because the slabs terminate at the masonry wall, so you can't make that continuous. But even with that thermal break, it's going to be a huge improvement.
Right. Well, and Commissioner Houle, if I understand what you're asking, if there's going to be really more of a thermal and acoustic separation between floors, between tenants, right? So if we want to leave the exposed concrete ceilings as part of the aesthetic of the spaces and to maximize ceiling height, that's something we would have to sacrifice, is that additional insulation. We'd have to create drop ceilings if we want to do that. So I think if this were residential, there's specific codes that dictate that in terms of sound barriers. Not as much for, I think, the uses that we're talking about. And fortunately, we have concrete slabs between every level. So there is, that creates a good amount of separation as all by itself.
Lori, that's what I was going to say. Because the floors are concrete slabs, we're starting better than what normally we'd end up with if we were doing like a new wood constructed building. Does that answer?
Yeah, that's very helpful. And I agree with the comments made already about using the funding sources that y'all recommended. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'd even be open to using more of the sustainability money if there was a value in, further going further with our sustainability provisions. But it sounds like that's not really necessary for at least the weatherization components based on what I'm hearing from y'all. And then the last question I have is just about the basement. And I'm thinking of creative uses of old buildings like the City Museum in St. Louis, or, among the people who have expressed interest is the Little Athens Children Museum. And, those heights might be better for kids or something. I mean, is there any way that basement, that half of the basement that's kind of too short to really make sense for regular use could be easily adapted for some other kind of creative use? Or is it also just so, moldy and beyond salvaging that it's better to just block it off?
Well, the back half, the 60% we're not talking about using is really It's really low ceilings. I don't think there's anything we could do in there to add piping or mechanical or electrical that makes that space that's going to be comfortable for people to occupy on a regular basis. And the front half is that we think it does have the much higher ceilings than the back half. I mean, there's some in the back that you have to bend over to get to the very back half of the building. The front half, the elevator that we're talking about putting in does not go to the basement level, so it would not be something we would put in an occupiable space that we would have to have elevator capacity to. It'd be a very specific, probably limited use that goes into that space, knowing they don't have elevator and ADA access to that basement.
All right, got Patrick and Carol.
Thank you. When I was reading the work session presentation, especially the existing conditions and design challenges, it just seemed, well, just comical to me that it seemed easier just to tear the building down than rebuild because of all the design challenges that are in place. But just to my colleagues, I really, 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 really would love to have a roof terrace because there's none in town. So please just think about that. It'll complement the mural, complement the park next door. So just whatever cost that we can find money, pots of money, go into a rooftop terrace, be awesome, especially for a public space. But I did have one question about the in your must-have. You had mentioned something about a coating for the mural. Is that in your design costs, or can you explain that a little bit more?
Well, I mentioned in the design challenges that we have the mural over there now that we didn't have when we started. I don't believe that we have anything in the must-haves to deal with the mural, unless if we had to do anything in the wall as far as like pointing up mortar on something, we would work with the artist to restore anything if we had to for moisture or air control barrier. But we don't plan to touch the mural.
Thank you.
All right, Carol.
Yeah, it's really exciting seeing this. The Costa building renovation was on the 2005 project list. It didn't get in there, and it was on the 2011 one. So I've been hearing about the Costa building for, going on 20 years now. And I'm totally for taking the leftover jail facility money and moving it over. And I can't wait to see what this place, ends up looking like in the end. I do want to ask about it's really the funding rather than the energy, the design, but the $250,000 from Project 11 from the renewable energy funds. Clearly the solar equipment's coming from there. You also have the windows there, so I'm assuming, and maybe you can explain how super wonderful these windows are in terms of energy efficiency. But then the water reuse system, totally for the water reuse system, but the SPLOST project description says it's to move towards 100% sustainable and renewable energy. So I just wanted you to address how those funds for the water system were coming from that. So I think this is probably an easy answer for the windows, but the water system, perhaps you could address that as well.
Sure. I was going to pull up the SPLOST 2020 description, but it was my memory that had in it the allowable for sustainability improvements, which could also go to water reuse and sustainable. I know the predominant use for that is renewable energy, but I don't believe from the discussion of it was it's not. I don't believe it is excluded from it, or if it is, then it would could fall within the.
Well, I know the intent was for the energy usage, and all the examples are energy related. Like it does have the solar water heating, and I know one of our fears from the group that put it on there was that money would then be used for all other non-energy related sustainability projects. So that's just something I want to ask about and get clarified.
Okay. I'll look into that one further and get back with you about that if I could.
And also on the windows, just like what wonderful windows these are.
Well, the windows we have are single pane, and so in the budget that we have, we're looking to rehab the windows, which would still be single pane glass, unless we can afford to get some additional funding to replace them. And so there would be, double or I would assume, Gabe, we would be looking for double. I don't know about triple pane, but at least double pane energy efficient windows.
Okay. Yeah, at a minimum, we'd be doing insulated glazing that are double paned and low E glazing and high performing glass. These would be good. We haven't gotten to this point yet. That's coming, but we'll be looking at the right spec that fits this project and also allows us to put the appropriate historic window into this type of project.
Is that everything, Carol? All right. Any follow-up from folks? Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking on this question about the funding sources, I guess I'm wondering, is the weatherization, the insulation that we talked about, is that being paid for with the SPLOST 2011 money, or is part of that being paid for with the SPLOST 2020 money?
Well, the thought was that would be paid with a SPLOST 2011, but I mean, if we're moving money over, the intent for the 2020 money was to cover those specific three things that we talked about, the window replacements, because we did want to be very specific with that, given that it was that project and the request for that project. So the windows, the solar, and the water reuse, and the insulation would come out of the 2011 as part of the base project.
Okay, but am I understanding that we could use the 2020 money for some of the insulation? I mean, I've imagined that that's part of how that money was conceived of being used, was to better weatherproof, weather insulate old buildings. I'm seeing Carol shake her head, so she knows more about this than me, but maybe I'll defer to her on that. But you see where I'm going with this.
I just want to clarify that I think that this is an interesting trial of this, because in some ways you could look at that energy money and go, anything that's required to put the building together is going to add to the energy cost. So what I just want to be careful is not taking a big chunk of building costs all the time and calling them energy, if the energy stuff is part of the basic. There's stuff that's part of the basic building as well.
Right.
I think
we're really looking for a lift.
Right, a lift. We have to be very, what is the word? Very direct, conscious of how we're spending that money.
Well, and that was the yeah. I'm sorry. That was the thought, by being specific about those three items, so that it was clear it was going to three conservation, sustainability topics versus general building use that could be covered by the overall project.
Yeah.
That was our thought anyway.
Yeah, I ask a question.
One last clarifying question, just about the timeline. We talked about tenants not being factored in at this stage. Where in the timeline would we be deciding on answering that tenant question?
We would hope if we're looking for our contractor to be the tenant, to do the tenant fit out while they're there, that we would get some kind of direction on who that tenant might be early in the construction phase, so that then those exact wall locations can be finalized before the contractor finishes their work. I mean, you could select a tenant years from now, but ideally we'd want to go ahead and get it fitted out and get people in there. That's the whole goal of renovating it. But I'm looking for Mayor Commission to give us direction on who those tenants would be and how you would want to select those tenants.
So when you say early in the construction phase, just because I don't have that slide in front of me, like what date roughly?
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Let me pull it. We're looking to try to finalize the construction drawings the end of this year and go into construction first part of next year. If we can do better than that, we will, but that's what our current schedule.
So maybe we go ahead and return for an autumn work session to talk about tenancy. I think that makes sense, kind of given the timeline you described, Keith.
Yes, sir.
And certainly, and I'd indicated this in an earlier email, that the Lennontown Justice and Memory Group would love to see this be the initial outpost of the Black History and Culture Center. Any follow-ups? All right, everyone. Thank you for your work on this. Lots of stuff ahead. I will say very briefly, I think the notion of the sort of addendum on the rear of the building is a graceful way to manage the infrastructure challenges. So kudos. All right. I think we have a conversation about TSPLOST 2023 following up on our mini retreat last week. So we'll move on to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we've got you, Robert.
Okay, Keith Sanders, who's on here already, of course, the longtime SPLOST administrator. He's going to assist me with this. And let me pull it up real quick. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
All right, good. Thanks for the introduction. Of course, this is a continuation of some that we discussed at the retreat, which is the SPLOST 2023 program, which of course is the next program, which will follow the existing 2018 TSPLOST. And a lot of what I'm going to go over in this presentation will be somewhat what you heard at the retreat, but I know some people weren't there, and so it'll be new to you. And of course, we took that input, and there was a lot of good input and feedback from the retreat. So I've introduced that information into the slide, so there'll be some more room for discussion on that. The purpose of this presentation, again, it's the same, but slightly different because we're going to need some guidance from Mel. But I'm going to go back and give a little bit of information update on the 2018 TSPLOST and the collections for that. And then also, of course, the majority of the presentation will be about the 2023 referendum for TSPLOST. Going to talk about the length of a TSPLOST program. I think it's important to understand all the elements of the TSPLOST and then build on that. We'll go over the review of the 2018 TSPLOST projected collection versus the actual, and that's a big part of the discussion as well. And then the reasons for why we are going to recommend moving or advancing the referendum vote date from what is typical that we were expecting would have been November of 2022, but we're going to recommend advancing it to the May 22nd date, May of 2022 date, sorry. I'm going to go over just a few assumptions and requirements. Going to review TSPLOST type projects and their eligibility. The major discussion is going to be on the program goals and the project selection criteria. That's what we had a lot of discussion on at the retreat. And again, we've updated those based on what we heard. We'd like to review again some potential designated projects that the mayor and commission would designate. Discuss a little bit about the advisory committee, because I know that you're part of your that you went away from the last meeting was being asked to start identifying the two advisory committee members or potential members from your districts. And then finally talk a little bit about the implementation schedule, which Keith will talk about. We'll do next steps and then feedback. So what's the length of a TSPLOST program and why is this important? I want to just read these directly. Requires that a TSPLOST program, and this is law, requires that the program run for a maximum of 5 years or until the last day of the quarter in which the revenue commissioner deems the allocated collections amount have been achieved. Remember that second line, because that's one reason that we're going to ask to advance the referendum date. So how are collections coming in versus the actual versus the projected collections? And, it's a good thing, but in 1819, the projections were just about dead on. Our finance department does a great job on projections. Of course, we all know some things have happened over the last 18 months that nobody would have predicted. And those led to a significant increase in 2020 and 2021 for the TSPLOST collections. And why are we getting those additional collections over what the projections were? One of the first things is that there was legislation passed in 2019 where imposed sales tax on short-term rentals. But the bigger thing is the fact that there was additional legislation passed in 2018 where the state began imposing sales tax on internet sales. And obviously with the pandemic and the uptick in internet purchases, that is why, fortunately, that we've seen not only the steadiness of what we thought might be a reduction in TSPLOST collections, but actually an increase in TSPLOST collections. And the final thing that makes TSPLOST unique is that unlike LOST and SPLOST, TSPLOST does not collect on fuel sales. So again, with the pandemic over the last a year to 18 months, people aren't traveling as much, and so the fuel sales were down. But that did not have an impact or an effect on TSPLOST. What I'm showing here is just a visual. This shows again what I just mentioned, which was in 2018 and 19, everything was pretty much dead on, but starting right in 20, we started seeing a good uptick. And then the remainder of this year, we're seeing that. And then the projections are the collections will continue on. And what that does to us, it's a good thing. Yes, collections are up, but what that means is, and it refers back to those two items on one of the first slides, it means that the projections are we will meet our goal of $109,500,000, which was the goal set, the maximum collection for TSPLOST 2018. It means that instead of meeting our goal in the projected first quarter of 2023, we will actually meet that goal in the fourth quarter of 2022. And so that means collections would have to stop at the end of that quarter. So why does that matter? Why would we want to advance the vote roughly 6 months sooner than we expected initially? Well, again, just to recap, the goal was $109,500,000, and we're expecting to reach that now in the last quarter of 2022, instead of the first quarter of 2023. State law says once a referendum passes, collections can begin the first day of the first quarter after an 80-day wait period. So if the referendum was held in November and you take the 80-day wait, that means we could not start collections until April 1. But our collections, because of being accelerated or increasing like they have, our collections would end in December, potentially. That's the current projection. So that's a 3-month gap.
Mr. Cheshire.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I had a question for Manager Williams. Manager Williams, are you on?
Yes.
I guess I'm just wondering, this is what we saw at the retreat last week. Why are we seeing it again? Is there something new?
Yes, sir. That's a good question, Mayor Pro Tem. And I do apologize. I did ask Robert, since the public will view this, and since we weren't able to stream the presentation during the retreat, we wanted to go through it in its entirety so everybody had access to the same information and understood. Especially with the timeline we're trying to follow, we felt like erring on the side of more information at this point would be helpful.
Okay.
But I'll defer to y'all on that.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe cut to the juicy part, Mr. Cheshire.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's not a problem. The assumptions, there are just a couple key points in this slide then. So the projections for the TSPLOST 2023 is $139,500,000. So obviously that's dead on $30 million over the TSPLOST 2018. So I think that's just important. Everything else in here are just guidelines that we're going to have to follow, and those will all come in more training and more information that we give later. And so the actual date that we are recommending, staff would recommend to not have a gap in collections, which would not only mean a loss in revenue, but also a real frustration for retailers who have to change their percentages of collections. So we are going to be recommending the referendum be on one of the two allowable dates in the year, which this would be May 24th of 2022, a year from last month. So you can see how tight we're getting. So what kind of projects are allowed for a TSPLOST? TSPLOST is just like a SPLOST, but everything is transportation related. So roads, bridges, sidewalks, bike paths, public transit, including bus stops. That was one of the questions at during the retreat. rails, airports, and buses. These are just items, and they'll be in the report and be available from this evening. But it doesn't just mean you can build a road. What this particular slide refers to is the acquisition of rights-of-way, relocation of utilities, improvement of surface water drainage, as long as they are associated with one of those transportation items that I mentioned on the previous slide. One thing for clarity, and we learned a little bit since the retreat, a little bit more, but we've got to dig down. There's always been that language in the referendum or in the law that says transit services for transit related operational expenses, or services that have to be a part of a transit operation. And so what does that mean? Can you fund operations of transit facilities? And the answer to that is possibly. And so that means that once we identify what those operations maybe can be, and ACCG agrees with this, that would be that we would get with our SPLOST attorney and with our city attorney and confirm that that particular item that was being mentioned or potentially utilized for operations could be is okay. So that of course would be a part of the referendum. This is where the meat of the discussion, so apologize for the first part. I thought I heard loud and clear from those that were at the retreat, and that was, for one, to look at more of not just the 2018 TSPLOST creation of that program and the goals and the selection criteria for projects, but also go on the 2020, being that was more recent, and there was a lot of work put into that when it came to goals and criteria of project selection. So I went back and looked at both of those and utilized those as a basis, in addition to what you suggested and asked for at the retreat, and included those here. So these are one of the items: the program goals, the project selection criteria, the advisory committee charge, and then the implementation schedule of the program, or the preparation for the referendum, are the four items, the four things that we're going to be asking you to vote on next week, a week from today. So the program goals that I've listed, and we can tweak these based on whatever y'all would like to see. These are your decisions. That would be, of course, to hold the SPLOST 2023 referendum May 24th on 2022 in order to avoid a break or gap in collections. Develop a TSPLOST program that would generate approximately $139,500,000 over a 5-year period, and potentially authorize short-term debt in conjunction with the program. That's better to go ahead and put in the referendum just in case you want to utilize that, because you have to if you are going to plan on it, or any chance you're going to do general obligation bonds. Implement projects, and this one was added. Implement projects that will accomplish the next level of multi-phase transportation-related projects initiated in the TSPLOST 2018 program, or really that can say, or previous SPLOST programs. As long as they're transportation-related. This was a big talking item from several commissioners, probably all commissioners that I heard at the retreat, and that was, and I wrote this is my language. If y'all recall, there was a lot of discussion on finding the definition, or defining in this context what equity means. I wrote this one, so it's obviously not written in stone. Improve equitability of capital improvements throughout the community. And that's there for talking points, and you'll see that again because I put that in some of the selection criteria as well. But these are still general overall program goals. Of course, approve projects that meet several, if possible, Mayor and Commission strategic commitment areas. That's loud and clear that those are the 6 areas that y'all have currently approved, and would like any project to meet some of those. And then finally on this slide, projects should not increase annual operating costs by more than $3 million. And I put $3 million in there as a placeholder, but added the sentence: an acceptable level of operating expense will be established by you, the Mayor and Commission, prior to the advisory committee's submission of the list of candidate projects, which occurs sometime in September, maybe the first part of October. Again, this is more to the general program goals. This comes out of your work from the 2020 SPLOST program, and that was putting a primary focus on improving what's identified as being the triple bottom line, and that's economic prosperity, social well-being, and environment. And you can read those 3 items under each of those, but they're very cut and dry, and they came out of the 2020, again, out of the 2020 SPLOST. And I thought, again, it was loud and clear to me that you wanted to make sure that was included now in these program goals for the 2023 TSPLOST. Do you want me to read each of these, Mayor, or just let everybody?
No, I think this is available online. That's fine.
It is, sir. So here we go. This list of the updated project selection criteria. These are the criteria that will be handed to the advisory committee, which we'll talk about in a minute. That's the group that starts the first vetting of all the project submissions and listens to the presentations and looks at those submission forms and documents. These are the items that will be listed at the front of that submission document. I'm gonna read the first. I'm gonna read these. These are important, and a lot of these came out of either the 2018 or 2020 SPLOST or TSPLOST. But they also came from discussion at the retreat. Project applications should address how projects will provide long-term and ongoing contributions to the sustainability and transportation needs of Athens-Clarke County and its resources by meeting one or more of the following criteria. So again, one of the first ones that's listed on there is promotes the goal of improving equitability of capital improvements throughout the community. This is where I would need your assistance in defining that. But I think that makes sense on what the intent is. And what I heard from you, the commissioners, and the mayor was making sure that these projects are equitable. I think Manager Williams mentioned, in this case, you're not necessarily divvying up the money equally between districts, but you're divvying up money by need base, by equity of those. And in some cases, some districts may already have more than others. So you're looking at those as a whole. The next one is protects the community's existing transportation infrastructure investment. That was already on there. Reduces pavement maintenance deficit. We spoke about that at the retreat. This next one was already on there. Promotes the upgrade and continued use of alternative transportation facilities. This one we added based on the retreat. Promotes increased access to existing public facilities. The next one is kind of a combination of what was discussed at the last one, but also mentioned at the last one. That is, criteria should promote increased usage of the transit system, including improving the pedestrian access to transit facilities. The next one was already in there. Increases capital for transit services or expands the transit system. Actually, we did add a little bit of that because there was some discussion about expanding the transit system to some areas. This was in there before. Maintain or improves air quality. Reduces vehicle miles traveled and traffic congestion. Reduces time spent traveling in vehicles. We talked about all of those at the retreat. Then, of course, you heard some of this in a presentation this evening. That would be continuing TSPLOST 2018 corridor improvements or transportation-related safety improvements. Heard this at the retreat. Implement cyclist and pedestrian safety measures. Continue sidewalks and multi-use trail construction, certainly makes sense. And implements components of the updated Greenway Network Plan. I'm going to pause for just a second and see if we want to discuss this particular slide or the previous one, since we're talking program goals or criteria. Or Mayor, would you rather wait and come back to this at the end?
No, we can hit this right now. Any input on the project selection criteria at this point?
I do, since I wasn't able to be at that part of the retreat. Some of the stuff I see missing is projects that might promote public health and safety. And also projects that might promote economic development in targeted areas or projects identified in existing studies.
Okay. And a little bit of that is included, Commissioner, in the triple bottom line. Every one of those, whether it was prosperity, environment, and social, can't remember the wording on the second one, always has in there potentially following existing studies, master plans that are already in place. So some of that is mentioned in the overall program goal, but I heard you on health and safety, and I know Keith is taking some notes on the other. Thank you.
Yeah, economic development, I guess.
Should I put the list back up, Mayor, or do you want to be able to see everybody?
No, I think they've got the list. That's fine.
I can add it on my.
Okay, thanks.
I also have one more question about the projects that qualify. Roads, bridges, sidewalks. I'm just, there's a lot of talk about this railroad quiet zone. Would that project qualify for TSPLOST funding?
And help me with this specificity of that project.
It would be a project that would upgrade all the, and the manager can probably speak more clearly to this, upgrading all the crossings and I believe overpasses through a certain rail corridor so that the trains would no longer be required to blow their horns.
Sure.
Robert, I can take that if you like.
Sure.
Yes, Commissioner Link, I do believe that would qualify it as transportation. It's right at the intersections with the rail line, which is a transportation mode itself. And really it's about having coordinated gates and lights that, come down that don't require the engineer and the locomotive to blow the horn to announce to folks trying to cross the intersections that the train is coming. They automatically coordinate with the train's arrival. All the gates go down, lights go on, and the train can move through without making any sound. So I do think we can verify that with the attorney, but I feel confident in that.
And I would agree.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Robert.
Okay. Give me just a second.
Oh. Sorry, I was just going to suggest for the definition of equity, maybe that's something we could ask the Justice and Memory Committee to put together for us to operate follow their lead on how to define that in this process.
Or Crystal.
Well, that actually came up, Commissioner Houle, and we had a great discussion towards the end of the retreat, I think, but just started to talk about it. The commissioners brought up this very thing during the retreat about the need to define that and have a common working definition. So Crystal is preparing an agenda that would involve some training and then also some follow-up with y'all, some dialogue, so that we can use your definition of equity to be projected to the public, and our staff about what we're trying to accomplish. But we need to have that sooner rather than later, and we'll try to get that scheduled with the mayor's permission.
And if I could add to that, Manager Williams, that would be we'll be looking for some direction from, I guess, the manager's office since we're going to be presenting this in an agenda report next week. If we would be allowed some flexibility to write the sentence here that will be part of the selection criteria, but then to make sure that we follow that up with the definition that everybody's expecting. But we'll have to get that ready for the agenda report. Some element of that definition anyway.
And I think, Robert, to be fair, where it's going to be most important is when the advisory committee is vetting the projects and prioritizing them, coming up with weighting them, if you will. And so we have some time, but it would be good to go ahead and get that shared definition put together.
Thank you. Guessing y'all can't see that, can you?
No.
No, sir, not yet.
All right, give me 1 second.
You want me to share it, Robert? No.
Can you see that?
Yep.
All right. I had Keith ready for my backup, but I said to myself, I'm going to stick this out and get it. So thank you for your patience there. All right, we've read all of those. This was what we discussed as well. I changed some of these on here more just for a little bit of discussion, but something that I would ask and that staff would ask is that Mayor and Commission consider designating some projects. And by that, we simply mean projects that you're either, I've heard, we've heard there that you're already interested in. The best example that I have, and I put it on here, is the redeveloping the segment of College Avenue that the Mayor and Commission recently voted to close to vehicular traffic. So, why would we ask you to designate that as a project? Well, the main reason is that if you already know that's going to be a project and we can go ahead and put some numbers to that project, then rather than turning that project over to the advisory committee and then taking the time to vet that and potentially some others that you might designate, our recommendation would be that if you designate those projects, we already know that they're going to be in your selection at the end, and then the advisory committee doesn't have to hear those presentations, and that money would not be in the budget. So rather than, let's say, 150% of $139 million, whatever that first culling of projects is to get down to the 150%, they've taken out those projects that you've already said, we're already going to pick those. You don't need to be spending your time on those. Spend your time on the other projects that are being submitted. So again, that's just the one reason, but there's other projects. I listed this, some of this came out of the discussion from the retreat. Heard one with, potentially funding for capital projects that are typically included in the general fund. I believe Commissioner Hamby asked for some information on the completion of the Firefly Trail. He was looking for what the remaining funding was, or how much money we thought we were going to need additionally to complete the Firefly Trail, since there's money already in TSPLOST 2018. And I'm going to come back to that. Same thing on continuing pavement maintenance. I believe it was Commissioner Hamby, you asked if we've already got money in 2018, or how much money are we utilizing on an annual basis to determine whether we really need to even put or designate money. Should the Mayor and Commission designate that money in the 2023 TSPLOST? And so we've got some information on that. And then there's one other question that he asked, and I'm going to defer to Keith in just a second when we pull that slide up if you'd like. Another item that listed in here is funding for live stream culvert replacement. Again, if that's associated with a roadway, you can do that. So those are just some examples, but other examples would be plans or master plans that you already have in place, that you've already started some of the projects. It's going to be logical to do that, those next identified segments or pieces, so that you know that the right one is getting in there. Why not go ahead and designate those projects if you can. And that information, so we're not asking for you, just simply asking for you to think about those and be talking about those, because you wouldn't have to make that determination sometime until about the first part of September. That is when the advisory committee will first start hearing their presentations and getting the submissions. So this is just for conversation. Mayor, would you like us to pull up that slide that answers few of the questions that one of the commissioners had asked at the retreat, or would you like us to disseminate that through email?
Yeah, just send that out via email.
Okay.
And like you just mentioned, this is just one of these things that this summer everybody wants to be kind of mulling over is, what do we want to front load the package with, just for certainty and clarity.
Yes, sir. Thanks. And we've got that information, so we will send that out. So the advisory committee, that's another item that we're asking, and the mayor actually appoints, and so you won't approve anything next week other than the charge for them. But the advisory committee is, each of you is being asked to identify 2 residents. The mayor will take that list of residents that are submitted and consider them for the committee, as in addition to naming 2 of his own, with one of those being the chair. And what is the purpose of the advisory committee? And also, we were asked, since it's such a short time frame for the commissioners to be looking for or identifying people to serve on that committee. And I know it's got a time commitment to it, but I believe Manager Williams sent out the charge of that committee today, as well as the implementation schedule you're going to see in a minute. So hopefully that gives you some of the information that you need as you're discussing that with the residents. So the advisory committee, what's their purpose? Of course, they evaluate the projects. based on the goals and criteria that you, the mayor and commission, establish. They gather input from the public, in addition to the input from staff and mayor and commission. They're the vetting, the main vetting source before those come to the mayor and commission for further consideration. First thing they'll do is develop a potential list of projects, typically based on 150% of the established budget, but that would be up to mayor and commission. Then they'll, after having a work session with the mayor and commission, they'll take back those and develop and shorten down to a candidate's project list based on 100% of the budget. And then one of the other two pieces that is really important that there would be responsible for would be raising funds and educating the voters on the merits of the TSPLOST referendum. And I'm quickly going to turn it over to Keith. Keith, if you can just go over the key dates of the implementation schedule.
Sure. I won't go quite as emphatically over them as I did at the retreat, but as we talked about at the retreat for the public, I will start at sort of at the bottom and come back. Why are we starting, all of this process now, and why are we going to go for that May referendum, and why are we compressed in our schedule? But when you look at that May 24th date for the referendum, in bold on this schedule are several key mayor and commission dates that have to be met in order to meet the referendum date by law, particularly there at the bottom, the February dates that list the mayor and commission session for approval of the projects, and then getting on board with Winterville and Bogart for their projects in an intergovernment agreement. And those have to be met to get the ballots printed in time for the May election. So when you take those dates and start backing them up and giving everybody, the advisory committee, time to review the projects, to bring those to you in two work sessions in December and November. Again, I'm backing up the schedule. That puts us at trying to release a call for projects the day after y'all vote next week. And we need the project selection criteria and those goals to put in that project submission data that goes out to the public. So when staff and the public are submitting their projects, they know what you're looking for. They know what kind of projects you want, what kind of goals they need to meet with their project to make their submission as good as it can be to have the greatest chance for success for their project. And so if we go back and we put that call out in June 16th after your vote, we're looking to give staff about a month, a little over a month, to put their projects together for submission date of July. And then the public would have almost 2 months, just a day or so shy of 2 months to put their project together. And as we talked about before, that gives staff some availability after they turn their projects in July to help the public finish up their projects. Because any member of the public submitting a project, we're requesting that they go through staff to get some help or at least some guidance and comparison, make sure whatever project they're submitting is not one that's already been turned in by staff, or some assistance in pricing, some technical questions, and just making sure that it has the greatest chance for success of going through the process. So that's why we're pushing so hard now in order to get these dates before you and approved, so that we can meet that referendum and give citizens plenty of time to turn in their projects, and also the advisory committee time to review those projects and bring those back to you.
Any questions on the implementation schedule? All right, so next steps. We've already talked about most of this, but it would be in front of you next Tuesday, which would be to ask you to approve the program goals, project selection criteria that we've talked about, also approve the implementation schedule. And I've got to appoint the advisory committee, which is true. We need to get them appointed and have the mayor, but we also, as a part of the agenda report, would be asking you to approve the charge of the committee, of the advisory committee. I'll leave it at questions or feedback or discussion.
All right. Any follow-up before we get going? Remember, everybody will have their names to me by the 13th. All right, Robert. Second time's the charm.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission.
Good, Mariah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to, what's the slide I was on? With the designated projects and the pedestrian plaza, I guess you want to call that, at College Square. I was wondering what sorts of activities would be eligible within that general bucket, since I imagine their primary focus would be, making it more pedestrian friendly. In our retreat, I brought up, I guess a corollary example of like tree plantings and medians, or having the dual purpose of traffic calming, but also beautification of like corridors that, we're trying to create a sense of place. So I was wondering how expansive the definition of reimagining and redeveloping that segment of College Ave could be, with the incorporation of things like public art or other things like that to make it more attractive for pedestrian use.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Streetscapes have historically been allowed, under TSPLOST programs, and as long as what you're working on is I guess an ancillary to the transportation related part of it, which you mentioned, traffic calming, safety, congestion, those types of things certainly play into why streetscape is allowed, pedestrian access, things like that. But you're right, there's got to be a limit there as to when it becomes the transportation related. So I would have to probably hold judgment on some of those items to determine exactly where that limit is. I don't know if Keith wanted to add, or Manager Williams.
No, I think you got it, Robert. If you look at the Clayton Street work we're doing, it's going to include the trees, the lighting, all of those sorts to improve public art. All of those are items that would be eligible. If you start adding structures that aren't pedestrian related, that might not qualify. We just have to look at it as exactly what got put forth.
Okay. That helps give me some idea. But another question I had, and I'm sorry if this was said already, I maybe just didn't catch it. Among potential designated projects, did public transit capital funding come up?
Or operational funding?
Operational funding, I'm sorry, yes, operational funding for public transit.
Right. The first research that we've done through the city attorney and ACCG was the fact that there is the language in the law that has the word services in there. And so there is some allowance for some operations. So what we're being directed by the attorneys to do is to determine what exactly we're asking that to be, and then run that by the proper people that can give us that definition. But at least the door is open to utilizing that for some operations of transit.
Great. And then my last question is, I guess we're adopting the goals, project selection criteria, et cetera, next week. Do we need to further refine definitions that were still sort of amorphous at present? I guess equity is the main one that came up, like between now and then. Is that something you all need additional feedback on? Something maybe we could do via email if necessary, or do we have a working definition that perhaps when we receive the agenda item, we can just like tweak over the weekend? Something like that, just figuring out what the next step is with regards to refining that particular definition or others that might not be set in stone yet.
Blaine, you want to say what you have that answer?
Well, just as far as the equity, Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, I think now that I'm back on slide 12 where project selection criteria are spelled out, I think that might be the only one that's lacking concrete definition at this point.
Absolutely. And we were discussing earlier about having y'all get together, do some training, and come back with a shared definition on that, so that we can really. I'm sorry, I know I'm repeating myself, Commissioner Parker, but I may not understand the question.
No. Yeah, I just like if we're going to approve this next week, but we don't know quite yet what equity means to us collectively in the context of this initiative. If that's something we need to give additional feedback to staff on, or just knowing with the short timeline in which we need to approve this, it seems like one piece that might not yet be fully refined yet.
Okay, I think that's fair. And what I'd like to suggest is that working up towards the evaluation of the projects ultimately by the committee, that y'all give some very good and distinct direction.
Okay.
And what I'd like to suggest, if y'all agree, is again a training and then a session where y'all get together, perhaps over a day or two. But in the meantime, to your point, Commissioner Parker, maybe we can, and I'll work with Crystal, we can solicit some thoughts to help bring some context for folks that are thinking about submitting projects, and then come behind that with the advisory committee with more specific guidance from you on that subject, if that works.
Okay, yeah. So, for the point, I understand what you're saying now, that between now and the actual selection process, we have time to kind of refine that definition while, leaving it as is perhaps for right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, I if I'm hearing you correctly, but I do agree that we do need a little bit more to put into solicitation of projects so that folks, can think with a different, or see with a different lens, if you will, about things that might, have some merit. So we can, let me work with Crystal and we can solicit some thoughts with y'all, maybe distill that as we move towards the vote next week.
Sure. And then as I brought up in the retreat, I think there was some language added to the project selection criteria for the 2020 SPLOST that pertained to equity that might be a good starting place. So, it being a couple years later, we may want to further refine that, but just wanted to give that as a suggestion.
Yes.
Thanks for that, Mariah.
Yeah,
Carol.
I have a question, and I apologize if y'all might have covered this. We're going into hour 5 of this or something or other that we've been meeting. So I had a question about some of the projects for SPLOST, if there are people watching, because we have some buckets of money. I mean, we just saw the Prince Avenue today. We still have the Lexington Corridor and the Atlanta Highway Corridor projects. And what are there may be projects in those areas that citizens would want to suggest independently, but they don't know yet what we've chosen. So could we put out there when that review process is going to be? When are we going to be making the decision points for all of those projects?
Right.
Sure. Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt, Robert. We're bringing back some of those presentations in September, so I would. That's why we asked the public to communicate with the different departments. But I would say if they have a project they want to submit and they're unsure, that it would be better safe to go ahead and submit it, because even if it's in the prioritized list that we bring forward and y'all ultimately approve, there may or may not be enough funding for it. So I would suggest they err on the side of submitting something versus assuming it's going to be picked up.
Thanks, Keith. That's probably smart. I know there's dozens of, 10, 20, 30, 40 million dollars worth of projects and all those possible buckets. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just add one of the Vincent Avenue or the Vincent sidewalk, Vincent, is it Avenue or Street? Vincent Street, Vincent Road. That got put in by the public, and it was one that was in the, got funded because it was a specific project, even though it was also in another bigger bucket, but got pulled out. So anyway.
All right.
Mayor Girtz, this is
Go ahead.
Sarvita. My question is, I know we have the schedule leading up until May. And it's very tight, but Keith or either Manager Williams, is there a one-pager of what or a draft of what the actual meetings of the committees look like? I know that when I recommended someone to the SPLOST advisory committee, they had no idea that they were going to be meeting those long hours and those many days. Is there a summary of somewhere that kind of shows a sample of what would be required leading up to that May deadline? Or can something like that be created?
Well, today, Robert conveyed to me, and I conveyed to Gene, some of the timeline and some of the outline of the process, Commissioner Thornton. It doesn't fit on one page. It's a lot, and it may not be exactly what you're looking for. But what we were trying to convey through Gene to y'all tomorrow is some sense of expectation that when you ask somebody to serve on the committee, what they're signing up for. And Keith, Robert, I saw y'all might want to add something too.
I mean, we do have a much broader version that goes into a lot of detail. It's going to have a lot of information on there that's not as relevant to somebody that's serving on the advisory committee, but it goes into potentially how many actual meetings that they would be having. We probably could produce that in some fashion and send it to you, Blaine.
Be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, and the number of meetings will vary depending on how many projects are submitted. That was one reason it got so many long hours with the 2020 was just the sheer volume of projects that were submitted and giving everybody a chance to have their time to make their presentation in order to get all those in and to meet the schedule.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep, I'll send that to you.
All right. Any others? All right, everyone. There will be much more where this came from. Appreciate everybody's work on this, and looking forward to the road ahead, literally and figuratively. So, last item of the evening is our final work session ahead of next Tuesday's vote on the FY22 budget. I am going to show for the public what I emailed the commissioners earlier that takes into account what seemed collective interest, provide staff an opportunity to talk about how they're going to track these projects and in fact track some of the things that were approved in the current budget year, and then let Mayor Pro Tem Edwards kind of forge where we're going to go in terms of moving toward the final budget vote. So I am going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's see.
Mayor Pro Tem, can we take a quick 5-minute break?
You want to take a quick break?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. It is 9:00 now. I'll see you at 9:05. All right. Does everybody see the spreadsheet?
Yep.
All right. So just to let you know what is in this new draft based on the direction that you gave me at the end of the last budget work session. So in this now is funding for the Joint Development Authority, the two positions that the district attorney was requesting with the additional ADA position, that's the external outreach position, implemented midway through the year in Q3. The quiet zone application funds, the increase for the public defender, the Board of Elections needs, including the election assistant and the poll worker pay increase, the alternative behavior crisis response team, funds for the homeless shelter, $750,000 to raise the minimum pay to $15, including dealing with compression, the cameras for illegal dumping, membership to the National League of Cities, the municipal garden program, the disparity study, the Dunlap and Pitter Roads environmental studies, youth development programming, and then some additional capital funding, and I'll get to that in just a second. And of those items, 4 would draw funds from the American Rescue Plan, and those are the crisis response, homeless shelter, municipal garden, and youth programming. And that, of course, is a 3-year runway. So what we would have to do, if you would accept this, is over the next 3 years determine which of these would continue on to general fund dollars and at what amount. And obviously, simultaneously, we would be hoping for a continual rise in the tax digest to see the general fund increase to the point where those were managed. What this removes is the Police Youth Cadet Corps, the civic dinners. On the capital side, this does fund the Gateway and Corridor grounds workers from hotel motel tax. Also provides the $30,000 that the Inclusionary Zoning Task Force has discussed for analysis of our building and zoning codes. Again, capital costs, Walk of Remembrance, $50,000, streetlights, an additional 19, and neighborhood traffic management, an additional 20,000. And this is funded by using some unallocated CARES Act dollars to the tune of $600,000, and then about $840,000 of revenue replacement from the American Rescue Plan. So that's what is in here, and that's how it is paid for. Let me go ahead and stop sharing that. And did want to do a couple things next. Wanted to give staff an opportunity to talk for a couple minutes about how they're going to be tracking some of this and how they're tracking the things that were embedded in the budget last year, and then turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Edwards to assemble kind of how this emerges for the vote next Tuesday. So go ahead, Blaine.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And, there were a number of initiatives that, you put into play each year that you want to see as a mayor and commission. And there is so much going on. I think we can all recognize that. A lot of good things. But it's been difficult to keep you apprised, keep the public apprised as things move at different paces. And so what I'd like to do, and this is in keeping and just for the public's benefit, I think we all agree that we need to do a better job of being transparent about the initiatives we're working on, the status of where we're headed, and how it all ties together, really. And so having an organizational-wide strategic plan, and I'm not, Mayor Pro Tem, not getting way off here, but what I would like to do is call on Josh briefly and then have our Chief Data Officer, Joseph D'Angelo, show you ClearPoint. Okay, and this is tied to the budget. So you will see some of the budget initiatives from last year, their status in this new format that you will have access to, and ultimately the public will have access to as we bring this on. And this was one of the budget initiatives from last year that's been underway. And so real briefly, I'll turn it over to Josh and Joseph.
Yes, good evening, everybody. We're excited to get to come back and share a little bit about ClearPoint tonight. To Blaine's point, at your first retreat this fiscal year, y'all prioritized key initiatives. And from that discussion, we took 14 of them and we worked in the software platform to report quarterly on how they were going. This work was led by cross-departmental teams across the organization. And what we valued from this was the opportunity to work together to implement your key initiatives, but also try out this new system so that as we begin to build and put together the foundations of an organizational strategic plan, we've tested a system, we understand it, and we've gotten good at it so we can actually put it out on our website so that the public can understand what we're working on and how it's going. And so these 14 initiatives allowed us to learn the system, and we're excited to then roll that into next year with some of the key initiatives you're probably going to talk about tonight and build upon that experience. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to our Chief Data Officer who's been doing and leading all this good work to give you a quick kind of jump and view of the system and where it sits now.
Thanks, Josh. Just a brief overview, and I will share my screen, and this will be a live demo, so we'll hope that it goes okay. I want to thank you for your interest in ClearPoint. I'm excited to provide you all access as we work to make some of our measures and strategic plans more widely available. As Josh mentioned, we're entering our first year of kind of using the software post-deployment, and we're still working to add in relevant refinements that will then allow us to share some of our measures more publicly. You will come to ClearPoint via a web link, and you'll be prompted to log in. Your usernames and passwords will be sent out tomorrow morning via your ACC Gov email addresses. Commissioner Davenport, I want to apologize. I added you in and then realized that the welcome email option was checked, so you may have already gotten a rather confusing email, which you all will get, like I said, in the morning. But on login, you'll see the Mayor and Commission Fiscal Year 21 scorecard. It looks like what looks on my screen right now. And this is the instrument that we'll use to disseminate progress updates specifically on how those 14 initiatives that Josh mentioned will be targeted for tracking. And we started this at the beginning of our fiscal year. And so you'll see that we've renamed within the software our 6 strategic commitments. We've renamed those as goals. So the idea is we're broken out into goals, strategies, and initiatives, all of which are nested within one another. This is kind of our favored language to kind of keep ourselves straight. So under the various priority areas are our specific initiatives, those 14 items. And those were pulled directly from budget priority language from, again, the beginning of the fiscal year 2021. We formed some affinity groups of staff members around each of these more granular initiatives. The groups were made up of staff members with sufficient knowledge to provide some quarterly updates on our progress toward the achievement of each initiative. And then in order to kind of chunk the initiatives into a work breakdown structure, we have identified milestones under each. So now I'm just going to jump into one of these initiatives. This happens to be the youth programs. And we'll see that there are a lot of kind of milestones to be met within this particular initiative. Some of them show incremental improvement, and then some of them are simply kind of checklists that are marked complete or incomplete, as the case may be. As we drill down into a particular initiative, we can kind of determine at a glance how we're doing in a kind of a basic color-coded way. And at present, all of our initiatives that we're tracking have either been completed, as is the case with the Public Defender Pay Supplement and the West End Downtown Historic District, or we're currently making adequate progress toward completion. That's that nice blue dot that you see right there. Initiatives generally will have a last quarter update, which exists in paragraph form. And that's a narrative to synopsize any relevant activity that occurred within the last 3 month tracking period. So that's a really easy snapshot for y'all to kind of get in and take a quick look in written plain language as to how things are going. We're now, of course, in Q4 of the fiscal year, and the next updates to this language will be due about July 15th. But the simplest way to review progress toward milestones under an initiative is to click that initiative, as we've done here, and then review the color-coded Gantt chart if you scroll all the way to the bottom of the screen. And that illustrates the projected start and end dates of a particular milestone or particular initiative, And then also whether or not the milestone has been reached, is making acceptable progress, is off track, or hasn't yet commenced. And I know, like I said, I want to be respectful of your time. It's, as everyone mentioned, we're about 4 hours into this, but you will get your login information tomorrow. You'll be able to review all 14 initiatives and the progress therein. I did want to click on one milestone quickly and show you all that there is additional information for many of them. The initiatives, if they need further, deeper explanation, the owner of said initiative will have either provided a web link to some stored documents, or in this case, some attachments, which just occur as Word documents that you can kind of click into and gain more information on a particular initiative's progress. But that's it in a nutshell. There is a little friendly robot down here in the corner for kind of some basic help-oriented questions. You can always get in contact with my office for further support. And again, look forward for login information tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph, and thanks, Josh. And I know that's a lot, but we wanted to give you a brief glimpse of this. And like most of this software, y'all, it's new, but once you get used to it, it's going to be extremely useful to you and practical to go and find those resources and the updates. We'll continue to push information out, but we're really excited about that because across the breadth of this organization in our departments and employees and independently elected officials, we've got to have a way to capture it where people can go and understand what's happening and what the next steps are. So we're very excited. And thanks again, staff, for all your good work. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. All right. I think does anybody have any questions for the mayor for the spreadsheet he created? Commissioner Parker?
Maybe a question for both the mayor and the manager's office. So first of all, this was great. Very excited by the different things that we're able to find funding for. With regards to the revenue replacement for ARP versus things that are categorized currently under this iteration of the budget as an ARP expenditure, I asked the manager's office and the finance department very late last night about what the formula we were given last week at the retreat for calculating revenue replacement, what that would yield for us for potential maximum amount of revenue replacement. And so I guess in response to the manager's office, I think told all of us today that we should have those numbers by the end of the week. I guess that just leads me to two questions. First of all, would we be able to squeeze these 4 programs that are currently listed as ARP expenditures into the general fund expenditures and fund them through revenue replacement if we were able to have that amount calculated by, I guess, the end of the week? I'm assuming we need to have finalized version of this by like Thursday for it to go online. But I was wondering if that was a possibility. But also with that, second question, well, actually, let's start there, and then I'll get to my second question.
Well, let me start, Commissioner Parker, and then I will defer to our Finance Director, David Boyd. So part of the problem in all of this is the timing of getting the final guidance from the federal government. Y'all have heard us say that. Even just today, after this meeting started, Assistant Manager Edwards forwarded me a link from the most recent guidance that's come out with some additional information. And as you saw in our earlier email today, there's a webinar a day on refinement and formulas and things of that nature. So we have, we're getting closer. We have a good feeling about what might be eligible. And certainly with the revenue reimbursement, if you will, David can speak to that. As straight as it can be, it's really when that final guidance comes out, we can look you all in the eye and say, okay, we feel confident that this is how this is going to go down. And that's not expected for some weeks now. David, would you add anything to that?
Yeah, we're in the process now. We've already got some preliminary calculations, and we've given them the calculation to our auditor to review. And, you know, even until we get final guidance, we're not even going to be 100% sure. I do want to lay out some criteria for this lost revenue amount. One thing is most of the lost revenue is really going, well, all of the stimulus revenue that we're looking at getting is going to be accounted for as a special revenue fund. Okay, so, you know, whatever we calculate as a lost revenue, that's going to be probably accounted for in a special revenue fund. That's the guidance we're being given now. Second of all, the guidance that we're being given by the Treasury as of today is that when you calculate a lost revenue and you decide to accept the funds as a lost revenue, really all you have to do is prove your calculation to, or show the Treasury how you calculated that, and then give a broad overview of how you spent the money. So it's not as detailed as if you went out and took the money and put it under one of those other categories and spent it. So there's a lot of little different things about this lost revenue calculation that are out there right now. But right now, the number that's under review by the auditor, it looks to be pretty substantial.
Great.
Okay. So, thank you for that. As part of these deliberations, kind of went back to the Big Rock presentation, some of our projected shortfalls for various anticipated sources of revenue, and saw that at least back in late March, we were looking at a shortfall of 1.5 million for fines and forfeitures, and then 2.1 million for charges for services, which together is, you know, a little over 3 million. These projects that are funded through, you know, that are currently categorized as ARP expenditures come out to about 1.3 million. So it's still significantly under what, at least earlier this year, we anticipated our shortfalls to be. And so I just wondered if, like, we're kind of shooting low just to be careful, or if we could go higher. And now let me explain why this is important to me. This comes to my next question of, if these things are listed as ARP expenditures, when would we have hold a vote to formally allocate those funds? And I guess that's the question for the mayor.
Maybe Judd or Manager Williams.
Yes.
On the phone. Manager Williams, you know the answer to that. When we'll vote to shift this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Commissioner Parker.
Oh, I said presumably early August is our next voting meeting after this.
So, well, we've talked about a process, and we're going to bring that to more refinement. As you know, and we talked about extensively, the federal government's looking for localities, local governments receiving the funds to, you know, engage their citizens, to look to projects or initiatives that have been there's been assessments done and need in the community. There's also that talk of equity through the president's executive order, and so all of that, there needs to be some process by which you look at various eligible projects and make some decisions. Now, we know that there will be 2 tranches of funding. We should receive in the next months to come approximately half of the funds, and then 12 months later, the other half. Staff is recommending that you do go through a process along the 4 eligible categories. You know, you may, and just like the TSPLOST conversation we had, for instance, you know, you may want to set aside some funds for some employee hazard pay. There'd be some infrastructure, so you might want to start there. So you might take a vote on that, Commissioner Parker, for instance, to pre-designate, okay, here's some things that we know we want some funds to go towards. Just like you're voting on this budget. We want this $1.5 million of funds, if eligible, to go towards these things. Then some of the other COVID relief programs, much like, and I have to say, y'all, I think you're well ahead the rest of this nation. Between the resiliency package and what you did with the CARES Act, y'all were putting COVID relief funds into the community. So you've got some sense of need out there, but we could use an advisory committee to help solicit additional interest in that type of funding, as well as infrastructure, and then bring that back to y'all at some point in the future for y'all to go ahead and not taking a long time. It has to be deliberative, and that's the thing. You want transparency and citizen engagement, so you have to have some time to go through that. But we've got 3.5 years to get it spent or committed. And so to answer your question, Commissioner Parker, you may have some early votes in the fall, and there may be some things in late winter or the spring, depending on the final process we get to of allocating those funds.
Sure. And so thank you for that. I mean, that I think gets at my main concern. If the earliest we'd be voting on, let's say we decide to project as, ARP funding and get a vote on it in August, which wasn't necessarily even spelled out in the process that you described, which I think is really important, a really important process to go through. But we've been talking about an alternative crisis response team since last summer. We've been talking about homelessness really intensively for a year. Youth development programming, last year we approved funding for that and then kind of forgot about it. And I think it's really important to capitalize on the energy in the community around engaging with leader services or engaging in an RFP process to figure out how those funds are spent in the very near term. And so that is what my concern is with having these things allocated as ARP expenditures, and then we pretty much don't know when they would actually come online. I mean, things like the advanced behavioral alternative or crisis response proposal, they were looking at a runway of 3 months to get those those job descriptions written, posted, and filled. And so if we're waiting until August for that, at least, at the earliest, that delays that by 4 months. And so I think, similar can be said for all of these different things. And so that's why it's important to me. If we can figure out a way, if we can, determine some within the days that come, a level of comfort with perhaps boosting the revenue replacement that is funding some of these other things to ensure that those actually get off the ground in the first quarter of FY22, that would be great. Because with homelessness especially, we've been talking about that so much. I just feel like we really can't afford, our community really can't afford things like the human cost of delaying action for us to not act expediently around those types of things.
And I would jump in just very briefly to note that, I'm seeing some other communities do what you may think of as designated projects in much the same way that we just talked about SPLOST designated project with ARP funds. DeKalb County was reported today. I think Carol sent that out via email. And so I would certainly feel comfortable with some designated projects that we just know on the front end have been accumulating steam for some time that we're ready to spend those federal dollars on. But sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Denson.
Oh, I had one last thing, if I may. On this,
let's go around. Let's go around a little bit first, Commissioner Parker. We got some people been waiting a while. Go ahead, Commissioner Denson.
Well, I'll say I definitely support what Mariah's trying to do, just so we get those things. If we're going to do them, let's go ahead and just have the money secured to them. I just had two questions on clarification on some of the funding here. One is, so we've got the money to raise everybody's minimum wage up to $15 an hour. It's fantastic. But we also have $13,000 put aside for poll worker pay increase. And I have to really wonder if that's being duplicative there, if that pay increase is being handled by the $750,000. So it's possibly finding a little bit of money there. And then the other thing was on the neighborhood traffic down at the general capital projects down at the bottom. I thought, I thought we were not going to go ahead and put $20,000 aside for that because we, for one, realized that $20,000 was not even going to buy even one, speed bump, like a speed table. But also that we had, I believe we figured out we had $300,000 in SPLOST funds for the neighborhood traffic management program. Knowing those two things, and then the one thing that we had talked about and that I don't see on here that I would hope would be included is the funding that the Inclusionary Housing Committee is recommending funding for us to do a missing middle housing code scan.
Yeah, that's it.
It is in there?
Yeah. 30,000. That was at the bottom of the mayor's spreadsheet.
Yeah, from the Affordable Housing Fund.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, then the other good news with that is that the Housing Authority has said that they will pay for half of that, split that funding with us, and do an MOU with us to be able to do that. So possibly actually be able to cut that in half too. So.
Great. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Myers and then Commissioner Link.
I never got any kind of follow-up on my request about the possible use of some SPLOST management funds for boosting the 100% energy, renewable energy position. And it's not included in here. I feel strongly about a lot of things that my fellow commissioners are talking about, but I feel very strongly, as you all know, about our commitment to 100% renewable energy. And this is a key person who's going to have to work with every person in here and every department head. I just think that us putting that job at $55,000 is not going to get the pool of candidates that we need. We have a position right now for an environmental engineer with very similar qualifications. I just printed them both out and compared them. That's a pay grade of 126 from $70,000 to $89,000. Very similar, a lot of similar responsibilities. And as someone who created job descriptions myself and submitted them to HR and worked with them, I know the ability to create a job description, and it's very important to get it right at the beginning. Once you get a person in there, it's very hard to change a job. We're creating the leader in this community for moving this 100% commitment ahead. And actually I look into the job description of the draft of the Energy Program and Conservation Coordinator position. It says oversees the implementation of SPLOST funded projects, the $20 million. So I would like to have that addressed about the possibility of using some of the SPLOST management funds for that.
Manager Williams, can you look into that for us? Have you looked into that? Using SPLOST management to supplement that position that's going to be managing SPLOST renewable energy?
Yes, you can bill hours towards that that you're working on. We've did that with stormwater crews. If you have a project and staff are spending time on that project, then you can do that. And so we could augment, but I think Commissioner Myers is talking about having that pay rate set, higher. And I hear you, Mayor Pro Tem, saying if we could do that without affecting the general fund, that would be ideal.
Well, if they're managing SPLOST funds, yeah, if we could figure out how to incorporate that augmentation into a salary schedule to make that position what it needs to be.
We could certainly, so there's the structural piece that Commissioner Myers is talking about that needs to be addressed. I will say they would not spend 100% of their time on SPLOST projects because, obviously we're trying to go back and deal with the entire government. So I think that is a way to offset some of the general fund costs, but we need to get to Commissioner Myers' concerns if everyone agrees.
Is everybody open to exploring the SPLOST management augmentation of this position?
I'm kind of trying to understand why we're picking one particular position to raise and elevate the price, because I know our attorney's office, we talked about how they are underpaid and we know how hard they're working. So I guess I need to see how that job description flows into our whole pay scale that we just paid the WAG so much money for.
Well, and that's kind of the reason why I kind of like how if we could direct SPLOST management funding
It's also, let me put out, it's a job description that's being created. It's a draft of a job description. And like I said, I'm sitting here comparing it with the environmental engineer. You know, I just know that as someone who hired people for faculty members.
I remember what you said. Okay. I was just giving my input.
Well, I mean, and
got you.
we can take, Commissioner Myers, we can take another look at it, but it has to fit within there. And, you know, one of the things that causes pay to go up is being a supervisor of someone. And we dealt with this with the grant specialist too. You know, we wanted to make one a grants coordinator, maybe pay a little bit more because it's hard to attract folks in. I understand your vision for the position, and I understand in the private sector, these folks make a great deal more money. But I will ask HR to take another look at it, see if there's something that we're missing here, or if you've got some points you want to share, Commissioner Myers, we can share that with staff and bake that in there and see if that changes the, you know, the point scoring. But it's got to mesh with both internal and external equity in our pay plan.
Okay.
Well, I'll follow up with you then.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Link, then Houle.
Yeah, I have some of the similar concerns that Commissioner Parker brought up about some of these ARP supplemented projects not getting off the ground right away. I was under the impression that the ARP funds would like be in our lap already, and so that these projects would get tackled or at least be funded even sooner than anything in the FY22 budget. But that sounds like that might not be the case.
We're awaiting the final guidance from Treasury.
So I'm wondering if maybe when we vote on this budget, we couldn't also vote on a resolution that essentially gives staff the authority to pursue these projects that we list in the spreadsheet here as being covered by ARP fundings, the authority to pursue those immediately as soon as the funds are delivered.
I think we might need to know the Treasury guidance before we finalize an allocation. That's what David Boyd told. I mean, that's kind of the direction we got.
Could we come up with just a general resolution that gives that direction? You know, projects that qualify under the guidance that have been identified in our budget negotiations.
I mean, yeah, if you want to put something down on paper and circulate it, sure. Let's take a look at it.
Manager, the attorney, the mayor, is that something that we could do that would kind of kickstart those projects so we're not sitting on our hands till August or whenever to come up with this new process for allocating our ARP funds?
Well, it all depends on how you prioritize, Commissioner Link. Early on, I asked some.
Well, Commissioner, let me interrupt you, please, Manager Williams. Mayor Girtz, is this tying into what you said about designating projects?
That would be my intent, is that this body would endorse these as designated projects that we're going to front load with ARP funds.
So how do we assure that those are pursued without this body having to meet again and go through a work session and all of that stuff? I
don't know that we can without the final guidance.
I mean, could we
Treasury
staff to determine if these projects meet that final guidance, and as soon as staff has that money in hand, they're authorized to pursue them if they meet that guidance?
At least in creation of this material, you know, I read through the Treasury guidance and then interpretation to determine that those were eligible based upon language in that, you know, 110-page Treasury guidance, and certainly that seems the case. Some of these projects aren't completely defined. You know, one that's very well defined, for example, is the Advanced Behavioral Health Project. You know, we don't know exactly what the homeless outcomes are. That needs probably some better definition. We'll certainly have to have some more definition around what we do around youth development. So in any case, even if we block allocate some funds, some of these are going to take some additional commission action as they move from concept to execution.
Well, anything that is hashed out, like the Athens area homeless shelters needs, I believe, were pretty well defined. I mean, could we at least identify that and the Advantage project and give that the full speed ahead before this body having to meet again, or any subcommittee having to meet?
I'd say, you know, if you would like to craft a resolution or a CDO, you're go for it. Absolutely. And then circulate it among your colleagues and
CDO. Commissioner Parker, I'll contact you, and maybe we can put our heads together on this.
yeah, y'all call the attorney, put your heads together, go for it. Absolutely. Commissioner
I'm sorry I don't have my camera on, Mayor Pro Tem, but I know everybody is kind
Okay, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Houle was next, and then,
I'm
I'll
sorry.
call on you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Couple quick questions and then something about the wages. So one question I was hoping to clarify, the budget booklet, there's kind of what seems to me like a minor discrepancy, but a decent chunk of money between pages E7 and A3 around the fund balance dip that the mayor's recommended budget does. Seems to me like there's about $130,000 difference for us to get right to that threshold that we need to be at to still be where we need to be in terms of maintaining fund balance. So I'm just wondering if that buys us some room for some of these positions that we're looking to fill in here, shore up these details. I guess I should also say I am very appreciative for you putting this together, Mayor Girtz. I love a lot of where this is, so thank you for circulating this out. I certainly agree with Commissioner Meyer's suggestion about funding that sustainability coordinator well enough that we have somebody who can come in, hit the ground running, and I think it'll pay for itself. Also, my understanding was the same as Commissioner Denson around the neighborhood traffic 20K. But yeah, I guess that question is just, am I correct that there's $130,000 difference?
Wait. Yeah. Okay. Manager Williams, do you get that? Do you know the question?
I don't.
Restate the question. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the question?
So there's figures on pages A3 and E7 of the budget booklet. And the difference in those numbers is essentially 130,000. If we look at the threshold on E3, where we need to be for fund balance.
Are you following this, Manager Williams?
I think so. Are you referring to the attachment I sent out earlier today?
Yeah, what document are you referring to?
This is in the big old booklet. I brought this up a couple weeks ago, but we've been kicking around a lot of stuff here. So
say the page number.
E3. E3 in the booklet.
It's like bingo.
Yeah.
E3.
Just like it. Okay, page E3. Go on.
So if we look at the amount of money available there and compare it to what's mentioned in, or sorry, not E3, E7 and A3.
Okay.
My apologies.
Turn to E7.
A3 is my overview letter.
Yeah.
And E7 is the chart.
Yeah, and so the chart on E7 just shows more money available, keeping us a bit above that threshold compared to what you're saying in your summary letter. And so I wasn't sure if that was just a minor numerical discrepancy in the letter, or if there's actually about $130,000 there for us to play with.
Okay. Well, let me look into that with staff and
Okay.
reconcile that. I'm not sure I can do that right now.
Because it seems like a significant chunk for us to pay for a couple of these positions. And then I was just wondering if you could clarify, Mayor, the additional funding for the Joint Development Authority, what that would be for?
That would be for staff support to continue to manage the grant and loan programming that they've begun to facilitate this year. You might have seen that just this week, the third round of small business loan programming went out, and that just takes not only some internal support, but some external partnerships, like through bankers and lenders.
And legal.
Here we go. Yes, and that's the really expensive part. You don't want to know what the hourly rate is there.
Sure.
Got to pay the lawyers. All right.
Well, then I guess my last thing is, Commissioner Denson mentioned the $13K for the poll worker pay, and I heard you in introduction, Mayor, say that 750 was for the wage floor and wage compression. And I feel like, I don't know if we've been talking past each other, but I feel like I'm repeating myself from past meetings, but the initial update we got, the commission budget questions with responses, update 1, that Manager Williams circulated at this point about a month ago, at least a few weeks ago, at the bottom of page 1, top of page 2, where it starts talking about part-time positions, that total figure of 700,000 to 800,000 was just to bring everybody up to the wage floor, and that was to include part-time and seasonal with full-time. So that like smaller number that has been cited a lot is just for the full-time employees, and the larger number is to include those part-time and seasonal. So, you know, my understanding of using that 750 figure, if we're going with that, was just to bring up the floor, and then the wage compression is a separate question to handle after.
And thanks for that clarification. And I think that's correct, Manager Williams. And I apologize, I've got bunches of sheets of paper in front of me. And so the compression would be a later expenditure. Is that correct?
Okay.
Well, yes. No, it does not take care of compression. And again, we would urge y'all to have that studied on how best to do that. Because
all right. Anything else? That's, yeah.
So I guess just to clarify, if we're putting that in there as that line item without further explanation, are we talking about bringing up the wage floor for all workers?
For all employees, part-time, seasonal, and full-time.
And then we will fund that study to then kick in later in the year like we're hoping to do.
And it may be duplicative in that budget line item around poll workers. That had just been a separate thing, and so I forwarded that to staff. So.
Okay, awesome. Well, then that has me feeling real great. Thanks.
Commissioner Thornton.
Yes, thank you for the revised budget input. And I know that we're in the 11th hour, but the information about ARP, the American Rescue Plan, the conversation has been going on since January. And I have sent out information as I got it on the different webinars, and I knew, and basically it was basically saying just we're doing it right. It wasn't, they want a process from this local government that makes sure that everybody's included and inclusive. So going through a process is what is being recommended, and also being able to designate funds, as Mayor Girtz has gave an example to. But I do have a concern, and I think we should follow that format. You know, even if we didn't know how it was supposed to be done, now we know. But one of the things that does concern me, moving the homeless shelter under the American Rescue Plan monies, possibly. Are we saying that we are not looking at them as an interagency, like some of the other nonprofits? Does this knock them out of that realm, Mayor Girtz?
This is just a way to get that need fulfilled. With a 3-year runway, given that we would have that amount of time to use ARP funds. And certainly the commission can always designate an independent agency or expand the realm of what an independent agency does, as we have with Advantage Behavioral pretty recently.
Well, I and my concerns right now is I was just informed that the Salvation Army will not be taking families and only maintaining the individuals they're working with currently. So that means there's an urgency for housing for families. And I do think we need to if this needs to be verified, but I do think if that is the case, we need to make sure that the homeless shelter is up and running the day after we vote on this budget, because we're going to be contributing more to the homeless situation. And I know people are watching and listening, and they don't probably get where we are with the homeless population. But the two crises that I see now is homelessness, and we had a great meeting last week, and the well, I ain't gonna say the increase, but the more visible issue of gang and gang prevention. And I don't know if we can wait till we go through a process to address those two. And I support the process. I really do. But I don't know if we can wait to support the process. So if we can dig down and at least try to address those two, especially the homeless situation, knowing that or believing that the Salvation Army is not going to be taking families during the summer. We need a place for families immediately. So I don't know where you go with that, Mayor, but I don't know. But those two things really, really need immediate action.
Okay. Anyone else before we circle back to Commissioner Parker? Go ahead, Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Thornton, and I guess I'll keep it short since it is getting late. And I do intend to reach out to Commissioner Link about putting together a CDO that sees that some of these excluded but intended items are funded through revenue replacement.
Okay. Cool.
That's it.
Thanks.
Just as y'all look at options, a very brief fiscal note is that I think I used $600,000 of unallocated CARES dollars, but there's about $1 million of unallocated CARES dollars. So there's about a $400,000 margin there.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so we'll be looking for something from Commissioners Parker and Link.
Well, if there's that money out there, count me in, Commissioner Parker and Link, if that money is out there. Okay.
And Commissioner Thornton too. Thornton, Parker, and Link. And then we'll be looking for. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to write what you said about, so there's 600. There's a total of $1 million in unallocated CARES funding.
And the spreadsheet I sent contemplates use of 600,000 of that.
So that would be an additional 400,000.
So there's about an additional 400,000.
Yeah. And maybe loop in the mayor too. Get some clarity on that CARES stuff. Get that solid.
Sure.
We'll be hearing from Manager Williams about SPLOST augmentation for pay for the energy sustainability position. Hopefully shortly, soonish. Thank you, sir. Okay, any final thoughts from Manager Williams?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mayor Girtz, final thoughts?
Thanks for playing, everyone.
Great. All right, everyone have a pleasant evening. Thank you very much. Take care.